Even two, even better. Так, 4 минуты, Владислав, задерживает нам начало.
Anything?
Любая. Фоточки приветствуются. Особенно, когда будут слайды наши.
Доброе утро, дорогие коллеги, которые
Good morning,
присутствуют.
dear colleagues.
We can hear you.
Turn on your earphone.
Нам надо их включить же, господи, простите. We need to switch it on. Sorry. Это, вот, мы просто не проснулись. You just push it for a while. It's there.
Hey? Yeah. We are ready to start.
Я на русском, меня просили на русском. Сейчас Шмаков подходила. Объясню потом, почему. Идет перевод. В наушниках. Можешь переключить, слушать перевод.
We have interpretation.
Everybody could switch the language in the earphones to understand Russian and English if you need it. So switch the channel.
Получается?
I don't think so.
Yeah, sorry for this pause. New technologies.
So if you push it once again, it looks like it should just switch to the translation.
Дорогие коллеги, для трансляции еще раз доброе
Dear
утро.
colleagues,
Мы рады приветствовать
good
вас.
morning again. We are happy to see you all here at the next day of COP29. And we begin our broadcast of today. And please, those present in the room, you can use your headphones to switch between Russian and English, because we have our foreign colleagues here in the session, so that everyone can follow the discussions, ask questions. Today is dedicated to a very important topic, just energy transition. Now everyone in the world thinks about this agenda, and many are thinking how to understand the word just. What is a just transition? The emphasis is made on using traditional energy sources, oil, gas, coal, and there are big discussions about the destiny, the future of such resources. We, as a country having such resources, we think that future must be connected with such resources, but they must be ecological and green, while extracting, processing, using, and their products and services based on them must also be green. To help us all to solve this task of just energy transition, the national network of the Global UN Compact in Russia prepared a project called Just Energy Transition, and we thought that by involving other participants of this process from around the world, we could make our contribution in this process to make this transition exactly just. We know that the Global Compact involve big, small businesses from different countries, big experts, scientific community. So by joining our forces, efforts, we can make a real contribution in solving climate task. Today in our session, there are leading speakers which represent business, science, and civil society. And today we make emphasis on BRICS countries. I pass the floor to our moderator, Vladislav Berezovsky, who is the head of the national network in Russia, Just Energy Transition.
Have a great international panel today. Thank you, everyone, each speakers who joined us today, and the audience. I suppose during the session we will have more people in the audience, at least I hope. But we still have a translation. Translation, the video record, and some people are listening us online. So I suppose we could start. As I said, today we have a great speakers. We have Vasily Savin, partner head of energy, KEPT from Russia. Rosana Santos, executive director, E+ Energy Transition Institute from Brazil. Alex Benkenstein, head of Climate and Natural Resources Program, South African Institute of International Affairs, South Africa. And Max Almeida, General Manager, Earthhood Americas, also from Brazil. Irina Bakhtina, Chief Sustainability Officer, N+. Olga Iontsova, Lead Manager of Decarbonization and Carbon Regulation of Norilsk Nickel. My mic died again.
We can hear you.
Working? Okay, because, great, I can hear myself. So next one, Tatiana Larionova, Secretary of Climate Committee in Russian Union of the Industries and Interpreters? Right? Sorry. Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining us. I suppose we could start with Rosana because she will have to leave us earlier. Rosana, as Brazil prepares to be a host for BRICS events next years, what do you think, what is the role of BRICS in energy transition, to support energy transition in BRICS members, and which experience Brazil could share during the next year in this event? Thank you.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation. It's always a pleasure to be here in this pavilion. Last year I was here, and it was really a very good panel last year, and I hope we will have good discussions this year as well, today and tomorrow. I am the executive director of a think tank, so I cannot talk for the Brazilian government or on the behalf of the Brazilian government, because I'm not. What I'm going to share with you some reflections is on what we hope we get out from our BRICS presidency, the next COP, COP30, and also what we achieved during G20. That was very interesting, and I think it's connected between the three events. So first of all, what we see is that BRICS, if you add up the population under BRICS, we are almost 50% of the world's population. So it has to mean something that we can ask and argue on our favor for technologies that are suitable to our geographies, for internal development and a more distributed development. So we can argue together to have a more equal development and a more just transition in the sense of distributing development. So BRICS, what BRICS can bring to the table is a space, a negotiating space where we can say no or yes to some technologies or some ways of decarbonizing the industry that are being kind of imposed or is suitable to one geography and is not suitable to another geography. So what we can bring to the table as a country is that our huge experience in dealing with bioeconomy and bioenergy. So this is what I hope Brazil brings to the table, and this connects to the G20. Already in the G20, there is a declaration from the 20 countries saying that bioenergy and bioeconomy is something to be seen. And this is a huge step forward, because if you remember, any time that in this discussion last year or the year before that we brought to use biogenic carbon for any decarbonization purpose, it was like talking bad words to someone. So it was impossible. And now we have a declaration from the G20 in this direction. So when you ask me what we will push forward or as a country during the presidency of the BRICS and also at COP30 is probably a discussion around how to incorporate bioeconomy and bioenergy in this decarbonization discussion. It's not only electrification or hydrogen. There are ways in between that we can do decarbonization. And these technologies are key to our countries, BRICS countries, and it's key also for us as a global society to get to net zero. Because if we stick to technologies like electricity, only electrification, or hydrogen, hydrogen is still far away to be competitive. Electricity, are we going to be able to produce enough electricity to run all the vehicles in the world by electricity? I don't know. Do we have enough lithium to produce batteries for all the vehicles? I don't know. I don't have the answer. So what we want to bring to the table is to foster discussions around other ways of decarbonizing. And BRICS has the power to bring this discussion to the table and defend it and get things done in that direction.
Thank you a lot. Thank you. Yep.
Благодарю.
No. Thanks a lot. I suppose there is there were a lot of right thing, and I suppose it is still hard to define energy transition, because it will be different for different countries and industries. So we aim to find this unique definition for each situation.
If I may add just one thing,
Yeah.
very quick thing. We are all, as it was said here before, trying to understand what just means. For us as a think tank, and for me as a global citizen, just is not supplying energy for the ones that do not have energy, because this is our obligation as a society. Just means to rethink development, to rethink what we are doing with this earth that we have, and to better distribute wealth, because this is less tension around the globe, less war, more happy people, and less immigration issues. So you allow people to stay where they are born. You allow people to be happy there. So this is just, I think.
Yeah, totally agree. 100% agree. I suppose everybody would be from the audience and the panel. Thank you a lot. If you have to go. Yeah. Oh, great. Thank you. So I also wanted to share a few details about carbon and renewable energy certificate and markets in Russia that we developed also with BRICS during this year. So could you share a presentation? This is just a few short slides. Could I ask a clicker? Yeah, thank you. In Russia, we have about 20% electricity produced from renewable energy sources, most of them 95% from large hydropower plants, and about 5% there is new solar and wind power plants. Most of them were built with a support scheme from wholesale capacity market. But last 4 years, the voluntary instruments are developing, and as we discuss in a project that is realizing with the business community of Global Compact, it is important to highlight the role of the business, of the voluntary demand to support clean energy sources. In Russia, we have a unique experience, I suppose, for these markets because we have a few different registries for renewable energy certificates, government one and voluntary ones. Since the 2022, we also have a national registry of carbon offsets, the most part of the market also voluntary. And since this year, we ensure the data exchange between registry of renewable energy certificates to avoid double counting and ensure that energy producers could join different registries, different standards to be more affordable, to choose which one from them is more convenient for them. Also we discussed to ensure that data exchange with the carbon registry. We will avoid double counting between carbon offsets and renewable energy certificates. So we know that the coexistence of the different system it is in some countries, but I suppose this data exchange agreement network between registries quite unique for Russia. Also, one of the most important trends on the market these years, it is additionality to ensure that buying certificates you support to build really new renewables. And since this year, the biggest global initiative of companies who want to switch to renewables decided to limit the buying certificates from power plants that are older than 15 years. And there is a huge problem for large hydropower plants because most of them are older. To avoid this issue, we decided to track in our voluntary standard carbon zero certificates from energy producers who take obligations to reinvest funds from revenue from certificates, from carbon offsets to build new renewable energy sources or reconstruction the ones that have already exist. Also during this year of presidency in BRICS with Business Council, we discussed how carbon markets, BRICS carbon markets could work together. And one of the solutions that we discussed was a carbon markets hub to ensure transferring carbon offsets from one national registry to another, to support trading between countries, between companies from different countries. We suppose that is quite easier to realize another solution to build this technology. And it is also concerned with the low development process. Then if each registry will try to connect with each other to create one hub, one interface for everyone. And we suppose that it should be not only for BRICS countries, but other countries who want to join this trading. And we suppose it is quite support the sixth article of Paris Agreement. That's all. Thank you. And now I want to ask Vasily Savin to share his thoughts about energy transition processes in BRICS countries, which issues the members of BRICS are facing during this process. Yeah, thank you a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you have a clicker? Do you have a clicker?
Can we get a clicker, please?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So actually, yeah, we already heard that BRICS is a very interesting concept, and it gained in importance the last 2 or 3 years. I think this is my personal understanding. And why? So it's 9 countries nowadays, and about 30 countries are waiting in the wish list to enter this association. But what is the main criteria? So, what are the main criteria to be part of BRICS? In our point of view, this is about energy, because 9 BRICS countries out of circa 200 in the world account for half of the installed capacity of energy, half of the CO2 emissions, about 45% of people. So it's all the countries which are part of the BRICS association are huge energy giants, which are mainly part of global south. And we thought how to think what are these countries aiming for, what are the goals for energy transition, what do they want to achieve, and what are the comparative advantages of each country in order to cooperate, to exchange technologies, and build this world better together, let's say. So we thought through the lenses of cooperation of Russia with BRIC countries. As you can see, there is a huge exchange between the countries, but they are mainly due to the trade of the oil and gas mainly, and importing machinery and equipment from China, India mainly. But I think that the potential of cooperation is much, much bigger because, for example, there are such countries like Ethiopia. I already mentioned about this country. It's about 120 million people, but they have only 9 kilowatt hours per hour per person. Whereas, for example, in Russia, it's 7.3 thousand. Yeah, so 90 versus 7.3 thousand. And of course, people of Ethiopia need energy, and it's about water, about huge hydro dam, which they built recently in crowdfunding, but they need much, much, much more. For example, Brazil, which was mentioned. As you can see, there is an energy trilemma which says that there are big advantages, and Brazil is very gifted in hydro energy, but I think that areas to cooperate, for example, within BRICS, are nuclear technologies, electrical equipment, and some other. So this is a huge presentation, and we have only 5 minutes. That's why I will just click and show that all the countries are gifted with, populated with figures. If you wish, you can take a look after this session, and please come and we could discuss everything. But I think that because of the size in the energy sector, because of the comparative advantages between countries, because of the growing number of countries which will be definitely part of this association, the voice of BRICS in energy sector, in decarbonization, will be very, very sizable in the scale, in the global scale. Yeah. So China, as you all know, is a giant in almost every aspect, and of course they have a lot of CO2 emissions. They since 200 until now, they shifted from coal from 85% in coal to 65%. So they did a tremendous effort, but still they are the biggest polluter in the world, and they need to go further. And of course, you know that Russia is building some nuclear power plants there. And so there is a cooperation, ongoing cooperation in many areas, in energy area, in energy transition, decarbonization. And Russia, as a leader in the energy, in nuclear energy, I think could supply those in BRICS countries and cooperate with other countries, especially in this area. I think that there is a huge potential for cooperation in Hydra between Brazil, Russia, and other countries in this respect, of course. And I think that even in fossil fuels, because of the energy trilemma, need for energy security, there could be a transition period to use fossil fuel to achieve better, less CO2 emissions future. That's it from me. So you can see, if you wish, there will be lots of figures. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot. This was very insightful. I suppose everybody could reach Vasily after the session and ask the whole presentation and maybe their report. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now want to ask Alex Benkenstein. Alex, we have already discussed the BRICS role, and from the presentation of Vasily, we saw that different countries are on the different stage of development in energy transition and the whole energy sector itself. So what are the biggest challenges do you suppose South Africa is facing in this process, and how BRICS cooperation could help to make it smoother? No, I can't hear you.
Testing?
Yeah,
Okay,
there we go.
Perfect. Thank you for this opportunity. It's wonderful to be part of this discussion. I was mentioning that I was at the BRICS Academic Forum in Moscow earlier this year. It was also a great opportunity to engage. Our institute itself received support from the South African BRICS think tank, which allowed us to do some work, comparative work, focusing in particular on South Africa and Brazil over this time of the Brazilian G20 presidency, and again gave some great opportunities for collaboration. So I think most of us are aware of the South African context. Highly reliant on coal. More than 80% of our electricity is generated by coal. So we do have abundant fossil fuel resources in the form of coal, but also the context of an economy that has really struggled with growth and with inclusive growth. And you often hear references to the triple challenge in South Africa, which is high levels of poverty, high levels of inequality, and high levels of unemployment. About a third of South Africa's workforce is unemployed. Now you can imagine the sensitivities, the political sensitivities and the social sensitivities of a discussion of moving away from a sector like coal, which does provide significant jobs, in the context of 30% or plus unemployment, youth unemployment of over 40%. So the reality is, I think that South Africa acknowledges that a just transition is necessary. It has set climate policies, it has set transition targets, and it has insisted that this transition must be just. A lot of focus was on South Africa because of its pioneering role in terms of a just energy transition partnership. And there have been some critical voices around the Just Energy Transition Partnership. That partnership has included funding from the US, the UK, Germany, France. And some have said, well, is this just another example of the West imposing its agenda, its priorities, and telling a global South country like South Africa what to do and when to do it? Now, I do think there's some nuance that's necessary here. Most people are familiar with the Just Energy Transition Partnership. Perhaps less people are aware that before that partnership was engaged in, the Presidential Climate Commission, South Africa's Presidential Climate Commission, which sits above the Ministry of Environment. So it plays a very important role in elevating the climate debate beyond a purely environmental issue. And it also brings in voices from business, from civil society. So it's an inclusive structure. Went through a process of consultation and developed a just transition framework, which sets the parameters of how South Africa as a country thinks around the just transition. Now, you can imagine in a country like South Africa with all its challenges and disparities that you're never going to achieve 100% consensus, but it is essential that you have something like that. We've all said, you know, just transition is not going to look the same in each country. Even if you just look in BRICS, the energy profiles of the different BRICS members are vastly different. So the lesson from South Africa is not necessarily in terms of the content, but in terms of the process. And after the Just Energy Transition Partnership was announced, again a process was followed, which resulted in South Africa, which resulted in the Just Energy Transition Partnership Investment Plan. So the investment plan is really a domestically generated set of priorities and plans for how the money is going to be spent. Again, what I want to draw out here is that there is a clear recognition within the UNFCCC process, within the Paris Agreement, that climate action should be nationally determined. And I think this is a principle that we must protect. But within that principle of national determination, there are very important lessons that we can learn from each other. Other insights of the South African experience has been that when you make the right regulatory interventions, it allows for innovation and investment to be unblocked. I realize that in the context of the COP negotiations, there is a big focus on climate finance commitments, mostly from the global north to the global south. And of course, there's a very strong case to be made that those who cause climate change should be taking a lead in helping the countries that are severely impacted, including developing countries, in dealing with climate change. But the reality is that you need to unlock the regulatory environment in order to crowd in private sector investment as well. And we've seen that play out in our renewable energy investment program. We've seen regulatory innovations in terms of allowing local municipalities, local authorities to enter into power purchase agreement with independent power producers. The threshold for own generation has been lifted significantly. So looking at the system, and while we of course must maintain the pressure again on those economies that have caused climate change to help those who suffer the most from climate change, our focus cannot only be in that area. We do need to think about what can be done collectively in terms of partnerships. And then on the BRICS, I mean, it's notable that if you look at the BRICS summit declarations, there is a clear commitment to multilateral responses to climate change. There's a clear commitment to continuing engagement with the Paris Agreement, and rightfully recognition of this very important principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. I think the case that has been made for technological neutrality, and that what is causing climate change is carbon emissions, and our focus should be on carbon emissions rather than demonizing a particular source of energy. Yes, I know in certain circles that's a difficult message, it doesn't always land well, but ultimately it is carbon emissions that are causing climate change, and that needs to be where our focus lies. And if there are ways to reduce emissions from fossil fuel production, those are going to have to be explored. If there are ways to increase the capacity of carbon sinks to absorb carbon dioxide, that needs to be explored and supported. So I think the area for BRICS where it really lies is cooperation in terms of technology, in terms of innovation. Technology transfer is a huge component of the energy, just energy transition process. We've heard already that we have energy giants in the BRICS bloc. We have countries with enormous financial resources, enormous depth of technological capacity, research and innovation capacity. And so we need to explore opportunities to collaborate. And I think this trend that we are seeing around looking at green value chains as well. We understand that China is the lowest cost producer. We understand that China can operate at scale, has cheap power, so it is positioned strategically to dominate green supply chains as it currently does. Battery production, solar power production, across just about any green technology you can mention. But it's not only the US and Europe that is concerned about the concentration of green technology value chains. Africa is also concerned about this. Other BRICS countries, I say Africa, South Africa, but I'm speaking now of the Africa region broadly as well, is also concerned about this concentration, centralization of green value chains. Also has ambitions to develop its own green technology industries to create green jobs. So this is where I think an area of collaboration, but also a challenging area lies, because if you are going to move away from purely relying on the largest scale, lowest cost producer, it does also have implications for affordability and competitiveness of these technologies. Yet at the same time, I do think we need an honest conversation within the broader global community and also within BRICS around how we can take these ambitions for generating green jobs and drawing in green investment seriously across the bloc. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot. Thank you for this perspective that you showed. My next question will be to Max. We have already discussed the role of Brazil and BRICS this year.
Yes.
But could you also share your thoughts about which I don't know, technologies or maybe approaches Brazil could show for other BRICS countries, because you have already had a huge number of renewable energy sources in the generation mix.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, distinguished participants and the panelists. It's incredible to hear the discussion and see how these discussions can be aligned to what is happening in Brazil, but especially what is happening inside BRICS countries. It's a very important moment, and I was actually thinking before discussing and building an idea to bring to take into a discussion here for this panel, and what I thought is that sometimes it's not about having the answers, but actually how to make the right questions, and what I've been hearing here so far, it's very related to the right questions that we have to address. But before that, I would like to point a few topics that I chose to consider here. So then we can start guiding to make the right questions, and how BRICS can behave as an alliance on the UNFCCC negotiations. But to start, I would like to take into consideration that according to UNDP emissions gap report, a substantial reduction of 45% in emissions is imperative by 2030. So what are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, are we talking about a 40% gap? So how can you discuss this gap of emissions, and then you take into consideration that a lot of people, and I'm talking about millions of people, don't yet have access to basic electricity, and I'm not even talking about green electricity. I'm talking about electricity itself. So how can you make this available for these people to have the right to have access to green technology, to have access to green electricity? So I'm talking about not only a transition to net zero, but I'm talking about an idea that has to be attached to the transition to net zero, which is a just transition. And another topic that I chose here is that according to IPCC last report, investment will have to grow across all sectors, and expected that the developing nations have to receive these investments, and they have to be in a factor of 3 to 6% until 3 to 6 in a factor until 2030. So I'm talking about a lot of investment that has to be made, and renewable energy represents a lot of that. But how can we align these investments to reach important places in the planet that are still facing a lot of lack of electricity? And when we talk about renewable energies, another important topic that we have to discuss here is that a lot of countries that have the potential to develop renewable energy, they still even don't have the access to the technology. So how they can manufacture the material to build a wind power plant, photovoltaic power plants. So how they can access this type of technologies. And I'm talking about even Brazil. I mean, we have 80% of our energy matrix. It's coming from renewable energy. Most of them it's hydropower, but we are growing on wind energy. We are growing on solar energy, but we still don't have the manufacturing of the technology. So then I'm talking about transfer of technology. How can BRICS help the countries inside BRICS to have access to green technology? And this is an important discussion, because you have China and you have India, who are two big potential countries manufacturing wind energy, manufacturing solar energy, and Brazil can exchange that when you talk about biofuels, for example. So how can these countries cooperate in this meaning? And one of my researches that I did in one of my master's degree, I was actually doing in Scotland, is that how can carbon markets function as a channel to investments, and not only a channel to investments, but a channel to transfer of technology. And in that research, I did all the research on the data on the projects implemented in Brazil, on the 343 projects implemented in Brazil until 2020. And what I noticed is that 35% of all the projects that in some type of transfer of technology, including renewable energy. So how we can talk about this type of transfer of technology? How we can facilitate transfer of technology inside of these countries? When we talk about India, when we talk about China, when we talk about Brazil, and how can these big potentials, they can take this dialogue into the negotiations, because there will be no transition to net zero, considering the gaps that we have right now, if countries don't have access to technologies, if countries don't have access to, especially least developed countries, don't have access to basic electricity, and can you imagine green technology, which is much more difficult for them. So this is what I have to share for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. Give me a sec. It was a great and thought-provoking perspective from other BRICS countries about energy transition development right now. So now I want to switch to the Russian perspective and ask the Russian business. We actually have a few, two companies and one association of the Russian business here about their project, their point of view on the problem. First one, I would like to start with Irina Bakhtina, the largest independent hydropower producer.
And plus, you mean not myself?
Yeah, of course.
Definitely. The company which I represent. Could you please? Thank you. And I have a tool. Thank you so much, Vlad, for this great chance to talk today about the challenges which we as a Russian business and green energy producer actually face on our pathway to net zero. Very soon, on 26th of November, we will publish our, is it second or third already report on how we are moving towards this target and the net zero, but plenty of challenges indeed, and including those which Max just mentioned from Brazil perspective. So look, indeed our portfolio is, and our total capacity is 19.5 gigawatt, which is 80% green one. You remember yesterday on a Green Day in this very pavilion, there was a discussion on how the Russian energy matrix looks like. But in our case, it's 80% mostly hydro. We have also, I'll talk a little bit about wind and solar in our portfolio. But if you look at the kind of proportion of the carbon footprint from the energy of the total group, including energy and metal segment, 35.9% of the carbon footprint comes from the coal generation, which is another 20% on our portfolio, and which represent indeed a bigger part of the problem, bigger part of the issue for us in terms of the decarbonization, how we kind of transit it, and how we, can we compensate or not, etc. But today, yes, indeed, we are number one supplier or seller of green renewable energy certificate in the country as well. One of the challenges, by the way, is the international recognition, because you're very well aware that as of 2022, we keep our commitments and we submit our data to CDP, where a couple of years ago, Rusal used to be recognized as the best in aluminium sector globally in terms of their carbon footprint as a producer of aluminium, green aluminium, but this data is not published any longer on CDP website. A part of all the efforts which Russian Network of Global United Nations Global Compact was doing since then to kind of restore this very good practice. This data only available at the request of our customers if they need it. Okay, so next year is going to be 10 years since Paris Agreement. And we were not sitting still. This slide actually displays the journey which N+ was running since Paris Agreement 2015, which was again marked with the extensive and differentiated reporting on different topics associated with the climate and our efforts to go to net zero. We also adopted our own climate strategy, which envisaged the first version of it, minus 35% 30% reduction by 2030. And we reviewed it in a in a more sober mindset a couple of years after, and said to ourselves, no guys, I mean, we need to be super pragmatic, and we do need to do transition just, by the way. So it's now 35% by 2035, but still we are setting for ourselves 2050 as the year where we are supposed to achieve neutrality, carbon neutrality, be net zero. But as I said, we still face those challenges on the pathway to our climate objectives. First of all, for Russia, and I had this little conversation with Rosanna before the session on the tariffs, how the tariffs are in Brazil, and we had this kind of comparisons. We have a very low electricity tariff in the region, in the area where we sit mainly with our energy system, East Siberia, and we do face delays in the modernization, both environmental and climate modernization of our aluminium plants, very obviously due to interruptions of value chains, supply chains after 2022. We do see, unfortunately, postponement of gasification of the Eastern Siberia regions. This is a government, kind of pro-government declared program, which was supposed to be finalized or completed by 2030, but we don't see a clear kind of deadline for it any longer. And definitely what we see is a deficit of electricity and heat generation capacity in Eastern Siberia, which again, somebody, I don't remember who exactly was talking about, maybe this was Sergei Tverdokhlyov also from RSPP, from yesterday in this Energy Day panel. And definitely one of the really toughest issues for all of us, not only in the energy sector, I mean, guys in the chemical sector, in other industrial sectors can kind of, prove it, we face difficulties with the green financing. If before 2022, metal segment of Enplast Group, for example, was enjoying a really good terms of syndicate kind of credit terms from, multiple, like a dozen of international banks. And I remember myself, we had very meaningful conversations like every quarter, how we are moving, both on climate target, but also on environmental target. It was super inspirational, not only for myself and like Chief Sustainability Officer for metal segment at that point in time, but it was also super inspirational for finance team and other guys, sitting around. So it was really like a good push for the business. Nowadays, we don't have such terms, unfortunately. Now, when it comes to development of low carbon energy, again, you see we have a couple of projects on both big hydropower plants and smaller hydropower plants, but I will not spend a lot of time over here. You see all the numbers on the slide. I just want to reiterate a message which was delivered yesterday by Oleg Barkin, who is the chief or representative, let's say, of Market Council. Yesterday he mentioned it, and I am proud to say that yes, indeed, we are the only company, energy generating company in Russia who got international verification of our carbon footprint from the reservoirs, and proved really low, one of the lowest carbon footprint from the reservoirs, like 2 to 7 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour from 3 hydropower plants on Angara River cascade. Okay, so again, not to spend a lot of time on the plans and and how we are going about increasing our hydropower plants generation. One number over here which is important, and I know that our colleagues in Rosatom always talk about scope 4. We are talking here about substitution of coal generation. Again, in our portfolio, I mentioned this 20% with hydropower generation, which allows us to kind of, substitute 14.8 million tons CO2, even more so on annual basis, which again is our kind of contribution to the achievement of the climate goal. Now, wind power generation. Also, there is a plan to build a wind power plant in Amur region of Russia, and more details on the plan is here displayed on a slide. One thing over here again about timings. If this selection of renewable energy projects on the government level happens beginning of 2025, we can do it, you know, in terms of the desirable capacity by 2030. If it moves or postpones to end of the year, then we postpone by 2 years by 32. A big part of work is associated with developing a network of electric charging stations in East Siberia regions, and we doubled the number actually this year. To somebody it may sound like a very small piece of work, but come on, this is something which our consumers really need, and this is the infrastructure which is needed to drive from the downstream to upper side of the change, let's say. And importantly, maybe the last but not least example of what we are doing on the climate change, climate adaptation side of the program is definitely our scientific research and studies around the climate change in the territories where we operate. And 3 studies you see over here were done, one on the probable scenario of temperatures by 2050, another one on precipitation for summer season, for winter season, which gave us pretty kind of clear view over adaptation measures which need to be taken. What is important, you know, for those who are not aware of what's going on in Russia these days, most of the Russian regions adopted their own climate adaptation plans. This is like government call for them, you know, you guys need to, sitting on a territory, have a very clear plan and financially substantiated plan, what exactly you're gonna build, like, you know, in terms of construction, you know, how to adapt to some of the emergencies which are happening more often, as we know. So some of the regions which are covered by this research took our conclusions from this research also to build their adaptation plans on it, so we help them a little bit with this piece of work. To finalize, actually, what is our call to action, given everything we need to bear on our shoulders, and also given all the barriers we face, multiple of them. First of all, we definitely call the government and the industry to take a more strategic stance on the goals of energy transition. And definitely keep in mind that exactly as Alex, I believe, was saying before, and Max also, you know, we need to be technologically sufficient, you know. We need to have it on our own to be able to produce it and be independent from other countries to an extent which is possible. We definitely need to further develop renewable energy resources in Russia. You see, our hydro potential of the country is just, you know, developed by 20% of the total possible capacity which the country has. We definitely look forward to acceleration of gasification program in East Siberia. This is a huge ask and the number one question for us if we do want to achieve kind of decarbonization of on the side of coal generation. And definitely we need responsible financing, and we have all the instruments in Russia already on regulation level adopted, like green taxonomy, you know, all the documents are there. We definitely need to strengthen control over illegal mining. This is to tackle the deficit of energy, which I mentioned, of electricity, which I mentioned before. And we do need the development of partnership and cooperation with countries who have developed their own carbon regulations. This is why we do look at the, you know, results of this COP29 with a huge hope. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this honest point of view on the energy transition from the electricity provider. So now I want to switch to electricity consumer and ask Olga as a consumer, as a representative of electricity consumer, not she also maybe herself, but still, what initiatives or project industry companies could do support this topic?
Dear colleagues, I'm glad to see you at our meeting. Actually, the energy transition plays an important role in the decarbonization. And as you know, a very part of greenhouse gases comes from energy and transport sectors. Our company has approximately 9 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, and where about 50% of emissions come from energy and transport sectors. Despite this, the company is trying to increase a part of renewable energy sources and low carbon energy. The company has hydroelectric power stations in the Arctic, and we are trying to increase a part of hydroelectric power. And we are trying to increase a part of electricity generation from hydroelectric power stations. For example, in 2023, a part, the generation from hydroelectric power station was 55%. Which is 9% more than in 2020. Currently, the company is implementing a project to build a solar power station in the Trans-Baikal region. This step increases a part of renewable energy in company's energy balance. Regarding the transport sector, I would like to note the following fact, that the company is exploring the possibility of developing project to convert transport to alternative fuels like gas and electricity. These products have a number of advantages and unfortunately limitations that make their implementations difficult. Thus, by reducing greenhouse gas emissions in energy and transport sectors, we will not reduce only gross greenhouse gases. We can reduce also carbon footprint of products. Therefore, the energy transition is power driver for the development of low carbon products. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot. And our last speaker, Tatiana. You represent Unite of different businesses with different interests and different way to operate their businesses. How do you think, in general, Russian business could see on the energy transition issue and could join this process?
Спасибо, Владислав. Коллеги, добрый день. Я надеюсь,
Thank you very much, dear Vladislav. I hope, dear colleagues, that you all have interpretation. I would say the following. and share with you my view and experience that the Russian Union of Entrepreneurs and Enterprises, industrial enterprises, has. We are the largest enterprise of this profile in Russia, and Climate Committee, which I had, unites more than 50 members. We have the largest producers among us, energy producers, fuel producers, and also biggest consumers. So in this sense, in this relation, we are a big space for the consolidation of interests of different stakeholders. We also take part in different international processes in the framework of Russian presidency within BRICS countries. We took part in all climate agenda events, and we always take part in COPs, the UN COPs and Paris Agreement events. So a few words as a result of all those activities. So just energy transition these recent years has been dominating energy sector agenda and climate agenda, because naturally all those approaches which were discussed in Glasgow and about the refuse from fuel, from solid fuels, but were not supported by a series of countries. And our colleagues told us that the emissions reduction rates do not correspond to Paris Agreement goals. We don't have enough financing. And of course, perhaps something is done wrong, in a wrong way. We have some imperfections, perhaps, in our approaches as for our refusal from fossil fuels. On one hand, the energy sector make up 68% of global anthropogenic emissions, I mean production and consumption of fossil fuels. And more or less half of them make up 25% from global consumption. That's on one hand. And on the other hand, as Vasily told us today, we have a huge gap between consumption of energy per capita between countries. For example, if we take the richest, the most developed countries, this is about 14,000 kilowatts hour per capita in the United States, in France, etc. And there is a gap in other countries of about 235 kilowatts per hour in other countries. This is a huge gap. We understand that. Until now, about 600 million of people live in the world without access to the electric power. That's one of the goals in the Sustainable Development Agenda of the United Nations. And in order to make a shift from our today's situation and to achieve our decarbonization goals, we need to triple and perhaps even more increase our investing scope into low carbon technologies and economy. And that will require huge investing per year up to 2030. That's a lot, and we don't understand where we can find these investing sources. So what could be the solution to all these challenges? I think that perhaps country should choose independently the tools they would like to implement in energy, power sectors, and in other sectors to achieve their sustainable development goals. For example, in Russia, in order to decrease 1 ton CO2 equivalent in different sectors, including many events, including in remote regions, needs to find to spend $200 per 1 ton of CO2 equivalent, and there are even more events required. So the question is, how can we balance our approaches to decarbonization process, and how can we have a vision for our offsetting processes in our energy? First of all, due to different climate projects and ecosystem development projects. And naturally, we needed to take steps in energy sector. But today we have a series of challenges as regards enlarging of the share of renewables in our energy. That's connected to our electric networks. That's a different structure. And we understand that that requires a lot of accumulators, and our colleagues have been talking that will lead to new dependencies in supply chains that will lead to certain limitations between stakeholders. That is not acceptable to everybody, and from the point of view from our Russian Union of Entrepreneurs, we need to have a careful look at all neutral technologies, because gas can be a useful supplant for low carbon technologies. In Russia, we have a large series of isolated networks, and there, for example, where there is no gas, we can use alternative energy sources, including LNG and renewables. We also need to think about gas emissions reduction, but it's no good solution to refuse absolutely from gas. We can see that in the world there are new and new records as per gas consumption, and the goals we can observe in the world, they are too ambitious. In order to refuse absolutely from coal, we need to refuse 2 coal power stations per week. So this is not realistic. We need to think about our parameters, gasifications rates for Russia. It's very important direction, because we are a very cold country. We need to produce not only air conditioning power, but also thermal power. So our thermal power stations need appropriate approaches, technologies, and that will give us 40% of savings in primary fuel. So accordingly, we need to take relevant measures, and we have a lot of cases when in a series of cases we face a very unbalanced situation. For example, in coal industry, when the lack of investing will lead to big problems. I now give you examples from coal industry. There are examples in the European Union, in the South Africa. That was quite dramatic. But any discrimination of any energy sources can lead to such serious consequences. That's why I would like to express my hope. I have a dream that within BRICS countries framework, we can find the best solutions which would lead to balanced approach to energy transition so that it can be very, very just and appropriate to the interests of different countries having different goals and lifestyles.
If I can just comment on what Tatiana said, because you mentioned like $200 per 1 ton of CO2 equivalent kind of, reduction. We are facing a dilemma at the moment because for charcoal generation, you also have to face some environmental reductions, environmental targets. You know the price? To be able to reduce 1 ton of other priority substances which needs to be removed from the kind of air, you have to invest like $10,000 in charcoal generation. I mean, this is obvious, and this is something which is heavily regulated by law. You cannot operate if you don't do it by certain deadline. Whilst on climate, again, we are talking about more or less it's like it's a goodwill.
Thank you for the comment. Maybe somebody from the audience want to ask some of our speakers or also add some comments about the issue. Yeah, please. Could we share one more mic? No? Татьяна, спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Hi, I'm Roman Ishmahamed, Senior Associate at Melnik Vatishkin & Partners, also represent Association of European Businesses in Russia. Well, just more of a comment rather than a question. Maybe a question would follow up as well, but I would just say that, we tend to view energy transition, which will, that side which is focused on renewables and hydrogen and all of this stuff, which indeed is not the whole energy transition. Fully agree with that. But I would just note that it's not only a threat, obviously, it's an opportunity. And there are practical examples of that in Russia particularly, right? So that program that we have based on capacity supply system just enabled to build up over the few years several joint ventures in wind equipment production. So our solar system, I think, it's generally more or less technologically self-sufficient, and there are expert cases in there. Just speaking of the opportunities for technological cooperation and partnerships. Actually, the Russian solar producers, I think, do have some projects in South Africa, which I think is kind of great. And also, I think the overall sort of philosophy of the Russian, both energy, environmental, climate policy is really about one important aspect of those is to localize production. But obviously, when you localize something into the market, and we face that with automotive industry, because if you want to localize something, you have to have a market. And normally, your local market is not sufficient enough, right, to make it self, economically viable and sufficient. So with that, whatever you localize, you have to export it, and that's kind of a cooperation area as well, right? Because if Russia, I mean, not necessarily Russia, I mean, it could be anything in BRICS plus or Global South more specifically, develops kind of a joint venture which localizes some production or first of all R&D and then production of some energy transition related equipment, not necessarily renewables, but anything. I mean, that could be a billion kinds of equipment, and that's really, an area that we should be looking into, because I think that's a good example of where parties, companies, businesses, funds from BRICS plus Global South can really come together and cooperate, and that's a very particular specific point.
Yeah, agreed. Somebody from the panelists want to comment this? No. Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Last call. No, no one. Okay.
Maybe a question to Alex on South Africa, because I was listening online. I was a bit late, but I was listening online what you said on your experience. I mean, South African experience. So what's the extent of the corporate PPAs and the corporate power purchase agreements in South African energy transition at your perspective?
Well, I think many will be aware that South Africa has an energy supply crisis over the last few years. Couldn't supply sufficient power to public or businesses, and that in itself has created crisis and an opportunity. There's been massive investments in renewable power and off-grid solutions. I think the biggest challenge in South Africa as we face this dynamic is also thinking through the social implications of this shift, because what we're seeing is those that can afford to reduce their dependence on the national power supplier and either produce their own energy or contract with independent power producers. Those that can afford to do so, do so. Those who can't afford to do so are still reliant on the national energy supply. And there's a real crisis of financial sustainability. So there's a lot to work through in this area. But it's been very interesting in the last few years that even energy-intensive private sector operators in the mining sector, for example, for quite a while were dragging their feet in terms of shifting to renewables. Because of the crisis in power supply, they've had to move forward. So this kind of crisis has had two elements. There is a drag effect in the sense that South Africa has said that it would have to maintain its coal power plants a little longer than it had originally planned. So it's pushed out the timeframes for the transition. And it's kind of pushed the government into kind of all of the above in terms of strategy of power supply. But on the positive side, it has unlocked some of those regulatory blockages that have made it difficult for the private sector and other parties to generate their own electricity. And it's really generated the incentives to move much faster. So yeah, there has been a lot of momentum. I mean, outside of all of this, we still have more than 80% of our electricity being generated by coal. So I don't think we can kind of lose that overall context. But there has been a lot of investment unlocked by the change that we've seen in the last few years. And the private sector has been a big part of that story.
Thank you. Yeah, I suppose we could conclude our session. I really like the take from Max that today here we mostly try to ask right questions that answer for them, and that's what we do. That's what we did, and I suppose we did it well. And there are a lot of issues that we highlighted, such as access to technologies, advancements, visibility lack that we have, social and economic risks for not only energy sector but other industries too. So thank you a lot for your time. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, our host, local network of UN Global Compact, and plus who support our session too. And I suppose we can call it a day, and maybe a group photo of panelists, if you don't mind.
Alex, just let me introduce myself. I'm Roman. So I was previous
Hey. Thank you. Всем добрый день. Мы сейчас ждем
Good day, everyone.
еще одного спикера.
We are waiting for one more speaker for today. Just a couple of seconds.
И, может быть, тех, кто присоединится.
And maybe those who will join us in the audience.
Так, у нас все спикеры на месте.
Okay. We have all the speakers here.
Я думаю, что мы можем
As we have our broadcasts, I think we can begin.
идти в зал.
And based on the experience of the previous session, we see colleagues joining us in the audience. Can anyone hear us? We check the sound. Yes, we hear. We can hear each other. We have the mics, 2 mics. Yes, you can distribute the mics.
Можно Роману передать?
I think you can give it to Roman.
Еще раз добрый день. Мы начинаем.
Again, good day, colleagues. We begin our next session within today's business day, organized together with the National Network of the Global Compact of UN in Russia. Our topic is climate and energy efficient solutions and corporate practices and infrastructure projects. During the first session, we tried to set a broader global framework, and our colleagues from Brazil and South Africa shared their experience, which was rather interesting, I think. And here we'd like to focus more on Russian practices being implemented by the Russian business as of today. And as regards climate and energy efficient solutions. And today I have with me Roman Ashmuhametov from the company Matishkin and Partners, Oksana Serdieva, Olga Iontseva from Norilsk Nickel, Roman Kazakov, Head of Climate Department of Severstal, Igor Kartetsky, partner of the department, Head of Department of Operational Risks, and Alexander Zubakin from the Institute of Pugovkin Institute, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor. Dear colleagues, let's begin, please. So the first to speak is Roman with investment topic in the sphere of energy transition. Roman, you have the floor. Yes, thank you, Vladislav. I'm glad to see all the speakers. I will speak briefly. I will continue what was said at the previous session. We looked at the aspect which is related to finding money for such ambitious projects. I cannot tell you about the whole planet. And in the last 10 years, one of the main financial sources is the corporate sector. The mechanism for that is corporate purchase agreement and some other instruments such as certificates for energy source. And the leaders in this sector are technology companies such as Amazon, Google, Facebook, but not only those companies. There is also big farm companies, universities, and consulting companies. And an important aspect is that it's not only the way to buy energy, it's also an instrument for companies to allow for new generation. And about the issue of technological neutrality, which is key in just energy transition, we see today a trend for appearing power purchase agreements, not only for wind energy, but also for other types of energies. And we're talking here about factors, and one more factor for demand for PPE and additional generation is AI today, and the big data economy as a whole. It's not a global story. Yesterday, I was browsing news, and some Russian banks said that they are in difficulties to find capacities for such activity. But we see that such banks have high results as regards using big data and new technologies. And such banks also are among the leaders of Russian agenda. And I'd like to add about the issue of investment. We are discussing such issues with Russian companies, and we have an idea which we try to implement with investment mechanism, and to create several attributes to provide a new green field and to modernize existing projects.
Maybe any project related to energy, and even any project related to sustainable development. And regarding what mechanisms may exist for these projects? Well, first of all, climate projects. We have said this word so many times, and we perceive it quite abstractly. Climate projects, well, they may be widely, extensively understood. They are not only nature-based to nature-related project. Sometimes we see project implemented by a company. They issued some units, and after that they look for consumers. Okay, such a model can exist and it can be tested, although it is not a perfect model, because from the point of view of project financing, from the project structure, and if you want to stimulate some new project in energy, on residue management, and so on, transport, and even about sharing products, it would be much more correct in terms of finance management is to design a project and then find some consumers, future consumers, maybe consortiums, and then to contract the units, the product, at some fixed price. And then after that, this project would acquire very different nature, very different from that existed in terms of a Kyoto Protocol, because there may be different options in terms of structure. Regarding mechanisms, what other mechanisms may be? Governmental support. We very often hear that there are no governmental support in area of sustainable development. Well, that's not quite true, because these projects are strategic, and in Russia there are many of them. There are many mechanisms that include strategic investments and government-private partnerships, territories with special statutes, and there are a lot of really stimulus and preferences. And I even may find a project in a sustainable development area that could not be suitable to be supported by these or those mechanisms. But as we speak about governmental support, there may be a conflict in terms of suitability, because not every green project should be green. There may be a conflict of interests in terms of financing, tax preferences. This should be avoided. And If we speak about carbon market, global carbon market, and if carbon units from Russia are admitted on global market in terms of transparency and justfulness, it all depends on the quality of the projects. And the main point I would like to mention is a cooperation. We had a session on November 13th about cooperation. Why is that important? Not in abstract terms. We are talking about business cooperation, first of all, how it may look like. And it may look like as consortium between a producer and a future consumer of certificate of a product. Well, when a manufacturer issues some certificate, and this project, this model is much more economically suitable, these companies have more arguments to exist. Why this model should exist? Because it is scalable. About legal persons, why did legal person appear in the history? Because there was a need to limit to limit the responsibility of the owner. As the business, a company grows, there is more need of it. And another model of cooperation consists of getting together of some funds, private and public. However, getting them into one united structure, and with this structure getting into a more global, more scalable project, and to act like a united person. Well, this is the main points I would like to pronounce today. All these ideas are just drafts. They need to be thought and rethought, and in Azerbaijan as well. And they are very applicable not only in energy sector, but in other sectors as well. Thank you very much for your attention, and would be glad to hear your questions. Thank you, Roman. I would also like to point out a very important idea you have pronounced about the suitability of the cooperation. I think that today on the market it is not always easy to explain what is a carbon unit and who can be its potential consumer. And this future carbon unit is the next level of complexity that we should achieve at some point. However, today there are a lot of projects being implemented, and we would like to receive feedback from the experts who are personally involved. So that's why I would like to ask Oksana to intervene first. Thank you, Oksana. May I have a clicker, please?
И презентацию можно нам на экран?
And the presentation, if you may show it to us. Dear colleagues, good morning, good afternoon. The company Tatneft celebrates its 75 years, and all the time of our history, we are very responsible with the resources, human resources, the land, all that we do in order to develop sustainability. We are a responsible company, and we work for the common wealth. During all our history of 75 years, we implement projects in area of sustainable development, and recently we joined the UN Global Compact. Every enterprise of our group at every point, every stage of their activity applies new biotechnologies, and that became a logical sequence of all our activities, because our industry suppose using biotechnologies. We have a biotechnological strategy, and we can assure now that we will be a leader in this sector. Today, biotechnological complex of our company includes a series of active industries which is being increased constantly and being increased the portfolio of our products. Our scientific research center is also our main resource because we need new science knowledge to further develop our biotechnologies and also to prepare our human resources. We have our proper program. We collaborate with universities and realize master programs and prepare experts in areas AI and other technological systems. In Tatarstan, we work on our technologies and solutions. This area is just like other small villages, and it faces the same challenges as other villages in our country. And when we implemented this project, we could resolve almost all the challenges. At the beginning, it was 3 hours ago, we suppose that to implement this project is only possible basing on 4 pillars: economy, ecology, infrastructure, and development of the mindset. In Aktyubinsk, our area may be sustainable. What do we understand by sustainability and autonomy? Is to be independent, energetically independent in terms of food and other supplies. Now on slide on the right-hand side, you see what products are needed to our industries. We need some raw materials or secondary materials or plants that are created for us by our agriculturists. These are some crops and linen and some others. I would like to say that this cycle is almost complete because the secondary or the residues of one industry is a source for the other industry. And then all our products are consumed by the companies of our group. I would also like to comment about the industry of biocomponents, like, for example, the wooden residue we use to produce biofuel and biosorbents and fertilizers, long-acting fertilizers. We also receive green methanol to produce Reba products. There is another example about simple sugars which are used to receive monoethylene glycol, which is accompanied for green plastics. We use other green components of the plants to produce biocomposites. We also realize a series of projects in the area of food independency, which allows us to get Xanthana, Goma Xanthana and other components in order to get needed amino acids and vitamins. We also have a technology to produce bioproteins which would be very demanded in medical and food industries. We use our secondary resources to generate green energy. Thus, starting 2023, our village Aktyubinsk is energy supplied, and the energy is generated from the wooden sources. We also use the residues from the agriculture to produce electricity, enough enough for this agricultural enterprise and the whole village in future. We implement our solutions in the areas important to our population, like the community, the utility, and being supported by the government of Tatarstan, we realized a project of reconstructing of the households. Now you see on the pictures the examples, which allowed us to reduce the energy consuming by 34%. We also designed a new tubes which also influence very positively. And the main point, we understand clearly that the attractiveness of the lifestyle depends on the infrastructure. That's why Tatneft is very attentive to some social infrastructure objects like schools, like kindergartens, like parks. We planted around 12,000 new trees, and we designed different approaches how to increase the awareness of a responsible resource consumption. And every project is accompanied with the ecological design because it very positively influences in the awareness increase. Why do we do all of that? Because we know that the main component of green development is the person, the mental set. I will further talk about that on November 19th. You're all invited to the talk. To finalize, I would like to say that we never stop. We always look for new options and opportunities to develop, and we hope that our initiatives in biotechnology will help us to maintain on market and attract new partners and fulfill all our responsibilities according the sustainable development. Thank you very much, Oksana. Very interesting. We understand that green economy and full cycle economy. I would like also to add that this experience is very applicable to any other region. Thank you very much. In this case, colleagues, I would like to let Olga Iontseva step in. Olga, please. Good morning, dear colleagues. Am I heard? Yes, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon once again. Thank you for being here. Yes, that's quite right that climate solutions are very important in any organization, and our company is not an exception. Before I speak about our cases, I would like to point out that in general in the sector, our enterprise is quite low in terms of CO2 emissions, which is 8.6 million tons. However, we go on forward decreasing the overall emissions and carbon footprint. There are a lot of projects that we are implementing right now. Among them, I would like to mention climate projects, technological projects. We also work in the direction of decreasing the overall CO2 emissions in the metal sector. There are a lot of activities in the area of energy efficiency. Climate projects in our company creates, let's say, a financial support to our company, which would play an important role when the national legislation comes into force in the area of carbon regulation. We are acting proactively, developing in this area. Climate solutions will be developed in all our divisions. I would like to say more details about the project related to mineralized residues. If we are able to implement it fully, it will reduce by 20% our overall CO2 emissions. What is that? Our residues, they have a chemical, they contain chemicals that when they touch the air, they absorb CO2. We have developed and designed a technology which is being validated now. And our next step would be how to increase the adsorbable properties of our residue via applying some technologies. And this project has been prized as one of the best projects of 224 in the climate solutions category. We also support our national market, and we just signed a contract with Powers Hydro regarding buying their carbon units. As I have already mentioned at the beginning, the most important part of the emissions is due to energy and transport sector activities. That's why our company strives to develop technologies and implement solutions in these two sectors, energy and transport. That is why we are developing new projects, activities, events to equilibrate the energy, and we also entering with these technologies into the transport sector. There is one interesting example related to the transport. It is being at the design step yet, and now we are deciding if it can be applicable in other regions, because there are some limits. Well, what I would like to say that one of our assets of Norilsk is around Baikal Lake, which is famous for a lot of sun hours per year. That's why we started a pilot project related with photovoltaic power stations. We also learn new opportunities in nuclear energies inside the Nornickel company. I would like to say again that we are now only designing this project. It has not been implemented yet. One of interesting project is shifting the carriers to the alternative energy supply. Now we are not able to give a response if it is really feasible, because there are a lot of limits. We consider two types of this model. How to do that is to get new gas or hydrogen tracks, which would allow us to decrease carbon emissions. I would like to mention that we own our gas stations for our transport, which uses a compressed natural gas, and it is already working, it is functioning. To conclude, I would like to say that the company right now is working on several projects which aim to reduce the CO2 emissions despite our quite low emissions compared to other companies in our sector. However, we are being proactive and proactively go forward our carbon neutrality. That is our contribution to Russian green economy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Olga. Very interesting projects you commented on. Colleagues, I would like to go on and talk about technological projects in the area of climate solutions of Severstal. Oleg, please take the microphone and the clicker. Good afternoon. Good morning, dear participants, dear colleagues. I would go on presenting projects that are being implemented in the industrial sector of Russian Federation in the other area, but very similar one. Metal sector consumes quite more carbon, and our overall emissions are threefold comparing Nornickel. It is more than 25 million tons. It is quite a challenge for decarbonization, and we understand that. That's why last year we approved a strategy of decarbonization for a midterm by 2030. In the area of this strategy, there are several directions which I would like to talk to you about and discuss. First of all, there are measures of decarbonizations, and there are two aims. -3% is a midterm aim by the end of 2024, and another midterm is -10% by 2030. We also appointed a long-term aim for us, depending on the technology availability. It's about -60% by 2050-2060. There are some other areas where we work and support also related to decarbonizations and which would help us to decarbonize our sector. They are related to green financing, green manufacturing, collaborations with third parties, a series of projects that are not directly related to decarbonizations. I would also like to present to you some projects that we already have implemented or are being implemented. There are quite a lot of them, and if we categorize them, we can mention the first group, the project that lead to the manufacturing chain. They are very demanding, but also they are very effective. Our main project is the construction of a new manufacturing site in Cherepovets. This would be one of the biggest complexes in the world. Its capability would be more than 10 million tons, and this new manufacturing site would allow us to get rid of the agglomeration in these industries. After this new manufacturing site started to work, we already reduced our solid fuel consumption by 25%, and we expect this to be further decrease. We also hope that this project will help us to decrease our emissions by 2,000 tons per year. We also implement a series of projects in order to shift from the carbon fuels to less carbon containing. And we first of all would like to mention a shift to natural gas. And there are a lot of projects related to that, related to increasing the quality of raw materials, the increasing the functioning characteristics of our equipments, and so on. By today, Severstal achieved the highest level of the natural gas in iron industry. This is the effect of the measures, the projects that have been implemented, and they are at 130,000 million tons. Another very big project related to energy efficiency in iron industry. The potential for electricity generation is very high. It is also very high, the potential to reduce the consumption. So here at this slide, I would like to present you two projects. One of them is related to the heating, and next year we will complete the second project in Cherepovets. Thanks to this modernization, we decrease the consumption of natural gas, we increase the productivity and decrease the consumption of energy, the resources like water and so on. Another project that we can see at this slide is the construction of the new
boiler house, which will make our processes even more efficient while using blast furnaces. We have another resources for this blast furnaces, and in order to make this process even more efficient, we are implementing this project, which allows us to obtain thermal energy as a vapor, and also we produce electric power. In this way, we achieve CO2 and other emissions reductions. And the third activity of our project's implementation is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which are aimed at improving production processes. Here we can talk about two projects. The first one refers to technical re-equipment of the solid fuel preparation unit. This project aims at the improvement of our materials, namely our fuel crushers and coke fines. Thanks to that, we eliminate dust fraction from coke fines, and as a result, we obtain reduction of fuel consumption and GHG reduction. And the last project I would like to talk about is expert system of blast furnaces project. This project is being implemented within our digitalization strategy, and this expert system creation allows us to treat in a very efficient and quick way big amounts of data from blast furnaces and to improve our management techniques. In this way, we also obtain efficient GHG emissions reductions, and the effect of this expert system introduction is about 50 kilotons of CO2 equivalent per year. And to finalize, I would like to point out that those projects being implemented have dual character. On one hand, they are aimed at production modernization and efficiency increase, but at the same time, they decrease efficiently our emissions, and according to their character and profile, they correspond to our climate agenda, and we are going to register them as climate projects in Russian Carbon Units Register. Thank you very much. Thank you, Roman. I give the floor now to Igor Korotetsky. Please, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Good day, dear colleagues. Could you please show my slides too? Yes, I would like to tell you about industrial symbiose and how it helps us in our decarbonize different sectors of economy. I will not speak in general lines, but as per sectors: energy, power sector, and construction sector and infrastructure. When I'm talking about industrial symbiosis, I talk about circular economy. Indicators, we implemented this term in our research. If we talk about this circular economy, we should point out the main task of these principles. If resource efficiency increase and also GHG emissions reduction, and we can point out 4 sectors of economy having the greatest potential as per circular economy development, which will allow us to decrease resources extraction and decarbonization. First of all, build, construction, transports and mobility, and food industry. First of all, we talk about for more or less 30% decrease as regards raw materials extractions and GHG emissions reduction. We talk about secondary raw materials. First of all, constructions, transport, and also energy sector waste is a very promising sector in this relation. If we take thermal power plants in all the world, they generate a lot of waste. About 3% of waste general worldwide. On one hand, we should think about decreasing anthropogen factor for this sector, and on the other hand, we should think about pricing. The demand up to 2030 is about $20 billion US dollars, and this will allow us to solve the main problem contained in cement. And if we supplant this cement by cocos, that will help us greatly. And I think that this replacement will not only not decrease the quality of our materials, but also we can talk about resilience and long-term life. At this, we can talk about different shares. And if we talk about Russia, we have opportunities. About 20% of cement volume can be replaced with fly ash. And if we talk about other materials, we can obtain up to 50%. And if we have a look at global picture, we can see very different statistics as regards fly ash introduction, about waste use. Japan, European Union, 100%, 94% of using fly ash as a resource. China, also for Russia, there is a great potential of using fly ash. And if we talk about fuel, fly ash, etc., the figures will be even bigger, but fly ash has the biggest potential. And to finalize, I would like to say a few words about best practices in using fly ash in infrastructure projects in circular economy principles. Last year, we all attended Dubai COP. Perhaps some of you know that in Burj Khalifa is one of brightest examples where they used circular economy principles with certain particular use of fly ashes. Also, we can use that in public industrial buildings, transport infrastructure, and energy infrastructure. For example, in the construction of dam of hydroelectric power plants, where they use a lot of fly ashes. And also, we can supply by fly ashes such materials as concrete. And accordingly, that will allow to attract big amounts of fly ashes. We understand that this figure, 6%, is not conditioned by the absence of motivation on behalf of companies, but they need additional incentives. This refers to regulating barriers we're facing now within our research. We developed certain ecosystems of circular economy. This is our theory. What are the most important aspects here? In order to put all these things into operation, all stakeholders must take very active role, very active part. In authorities, banks, consumers, not only company alone can introduce all those modernizations. Also, we should speak about logistics here. It's one of the key factors in infrastructure and energy projects. Logistics is very important here because it is not profitable to transport any goods on long distances exceeding 152 kilometers. Also, we should think about green financing, and of course, we face a series of challenges. Our regulator considers fly ashes as a waste, but we have accumulated a lot of such waste, and we need to do something about that. And a few words about current state of ash and slag waste. This year we researched these questions. The main part of these ash and slag waste are used in construction projects, and the stock accumulated during previous years, previous centuries, are used only at about, just pay attention to this figure, 0.2%. And how many years will we need to use all these centuries-long accumulated stocks? We also analyze the best world practices and put them at the foundation of circular economy principles, fly ashes use, and their opportunities of their use in different economy sectors. We took into account different scenarios, and according to our programs, investing projects, construction, road construction projects are the most promising. In construction projects, so of course we can use them, but there are other sectors where we can also use these ASW. If anybody is interested, I will show information in more details with you. And the last slide I would like to share with you is about matching the demand and supply of ASW in smart logistics. The question is once again about logistics. When we deal with large territories, as it is the case in Russia, logistics once again is the key factor. What can we do here? We analyzed our demand trends and we had a look about at supply and demand. What are the main infrastructure projects, big construction sites? They are situated very far away from the centers of gas and coal industry in West Siberia. So first of all, we should think about ideal sites for pilot projects to be implemented so that these sites can be situated near our resource base. And we need a good regulation on behalf of the state so that everything is profitable for everybody. On this slide, you can see statistics, quite interesting data as regards Russia. If you are interested, you can contact me. I will share more information. Thank you very much. A big applause to our speakers, please. And now I propose to move forward. We talked about circular economy, and now let's go back to renewables. Vasily Alexandrovich, please tell us about renewables and gas companies, industry activities. How is it compatible? Thank you for this question. I need to point out that decarbonization and the necessity to use Scope 2 makes all gas companies to think about those things, think about the experience of Sibneft. Lukoil companies shows us that synergy between different sectors and business being vertically integrated is possible and can be very successful even. For example, let's take our oil refineries. These are dozens, hundreds of hectares, which are not used in no way. There are facilities, oil refinery facilities, some sites being used in previous years but being abandoned now. There are other facilities, sites. In Lukoil company, they started to build a solar power plant, first of all in Bulgaria, and now if you take a plane or helicopter in Volgograd region, this is a blue, very blue, you can see a blue fields, because there are lots of PPs. For example, 2 hectares, 1 gigawatt. And if you have a look at Omsk Sibneft site, what can you see? What energy efficiency can we find here? We can use these lands for which you pay your land tax or you pay rent if this is state territory. And you now can use this land in a more efficient way. Let's move forward. Any oil refinery has to have its own electrical power plant, and so you can obtain more profit from installing SPPs. Moreover, you will have no problems about discussing different problems about land use. This land will have its purpose, particular purpose. And if we have a look at the territory of your, for example, coal power plants, and if now you have it, you have reserve fuel, for example, fuel oil, and if you have also solar power plants, you can add to your potential. You can install them on the territory of your electric plants. We have such experience. If we talk about 2 gigawatts, you can be supported on retail market when green energy is being supplied to Russian electrical grids. And if you have dozens of megawatts, as it is the case at Volgograd, Omsk stations, you can obtain support at gross market, because that will change the situation, and such experience also works. Why I'm talking about all those things? Because this synergy between business and renewables is possible. It can work. Our oil sector experience says that that works. Biotechnologies, CO2 emissions reduction, but we need special employees, experts. For the last days, I've been listening to discussions in this pavilion because we prepare our personnel at a series of institutions, including Moscow, in profile universities. But our colleagues from Tatneft company prepare their own experts, their own employees from the stage of kindergarten, I would say, because this context of renewables, of green technology is our asset, is our new potential, because when we receive new students and new graduates, for the first months we need to talk about the benefits of decarbonization, about climate change, about all those things which will give them the right understanding of modern situation. We not only talk about technologies, but we also need to talk about energy transition, etc., for our project implementation. And to finalize, I would like to tell you one good news, which I heard at this session, that was said about energy savings and energy efficiency. I can't remember who of our colleagues told that, but that's very true. If we have a look at decarbonization of our companies, 90% is given to projects aimed at energy efficiency and energy savings, because in Russian economy there is a huge potential for these projects, because Russian economy does not reduce energy savings and energy efficiency, energy savings, and that's not good. We can talk a lot about these causes. While adopting federal budget, State Duma deleted state program as aimed at energy efficiency and energy savings. So it's unprecedented. And it was very pleasing to hear that this session today very good words about save efficiency and save savings as factors of our decarbonization. That's a very good issue for our business, and we're very sad that this topic was assigned to a Ministry of Energy and to Ministry of Economy, and thanks to our deputies, we need to restart this program from the scratch. We must think about many things once again. For example, about energy monitoring, energy review, and now many Russian budget enterprises do nothing in the sphere of energy savings. We developed at our university chair Energy Calculated, and when we were visited by our minister, Falkov, he told us, please share this experience with all universities. No interested parties we found, so it is left now at our chair for the interest of our students. Thank you very much for this comment. I think that if we wrap up the speeches of all our participants, I could point out, highlight a series of aspects. First of all, we can see that Russian companies within the activity independently from iron and steel industry, gas industry, aim at covering all accessible ESGs, not only within the accounting papers, but in practice, by implementing and investing in relevant projects. And it's very important, as Vasily told us, think about technologies. We should think about our values, especially in those projects which are related with a social context component, because it's not very easy. We should think about long-term effects, and I think that Severstal showed us that any sphere of modernization is a positive side from the point of view of climate change, climate agenda, in eco-friendly technology. This symbiosis is very important for our project's implementation. I have a very comment about energy efficiency. I think you told very true about decarbonization, energy transition. That's the sphere where business should cooperate within existing regulations. This is always a long-term process, but today we can and we must find energy efficiency components. For example, let's say a few words about energy servers. Perhaps this thing was forgotten for a long time, but it can give excellent results today. For example, we can attract investing banks for large companies, but at the same time, we can think about carbon units inclusion there as a climate component. That will be additional advantage. That will be a win-win solution. You think in 2009, I was in Kazan with our minister, and we saw a very wonderful thing. Every year, they organize a conference dedicated to energy efficiency and energy savings. What we had in all Soviet Union before 1990, in Tatarstan, they had it every year, such a conference. But that's not all. I knew about energy service contracts than when we had no such provision in our legislation. In this sense, such initiatives and experience, which we mustn't invent from the scratch, we had it previously, are very important. This experience should not be sought abroad. It is present here in our country. We need only 2 hours to fly from Moscow to Tatarstan. Thank you very much. I have one more short question, perhaps, to all representatives of our industrial companies, going back to our values. When you talk about investing projects related, including to climate agenda, to social sphere, what do you think about real possibilities of implementation? Perhaps each of you, could you take the floor?
Yes, I can comment on that. Our company starts to think about how interesting it would be the economy of the project if we assess the emissions from the money point of view. So the project economy includes potential emissions of greenhouse gases and how much one CO2 ton will cost. And that's why we have different projects, infrastructure projects, mining projects, and some projects will generate emissions, some will reduce them. And so today we analyze already if we have potential reduction. That's in this case the economy of the project looks more interesting and promising. If we could put a project aside for more happy hour, so Nornickel assesses according to the internal carbon price, yes, and presently, since we do not have the national carbon price, we just check different variants of the project economy without ICP and with different variants. That's why we move forward bit by bit. I'd like to tell you how we assess the social component. Our company has many normative documents when every investment project is assessed from different points of view. But if there is the assessment is not always totally positive, but if the project has a good social component, we will implement it, because the revenue will be in any case will be in the future. But do you assess the social component costs? Or do you assess by quality criteria? Yes, we also have quality criteria. Roman?
Я помогу нашей сотруднице.
I will help our collaborator. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Our management board approved our internal price. I will not tell you that, not to compromise anyone. And when we are examining investment projects and every climate project, every energy efficiency project, we are assessing through this prism. This document, as I said, is approved by the management board. We have responsible managers, and for each sustainable development goal, we have a separate manager which manages business blocks, who supervises these projects, and we also assess effectiveness indices annually, and this work is being done since 2020. Yes, I will support my colleagues in that. The most understandable instrument for prioritizing climate projects is the carbon cost. In Severstal company, since 2021, a norm is approved regarding carbon costs, and hundreds of projects are assessed based on that criteria. And among those projects, there are projects which have been approved taking into account the carbon price. And it was the component which allowed us to approve that project. So, as an additional feature, I'd like to tell you that we have also such projects in the investment portfolio of our company. But the carbon costs not only allows us to make decisions, but it also changes the mentality inside the company, because it's one case when such issues are being dealt with by the ecology department, but when we are talking about the price, every department is involved, and every department generates ideas how to search for projects, how to support these fields of activity. So we have a set of, we see the increase in the number of such initiatives. But what Roman was talking about, he was talking about additionality. And this value of the internal carbon price, it also influences the investment projects. We have a question from the audience. Let me give you my mic. Thank you. It's not a question, it's a comment. We were talking about energy efficiency. I'm grateful to you for talking about it, for raising this issue. I am the president of the National Association of Organizations in the field of energy efficiency. We have many organizations working in this field. We implement many projects about energy servicing, and there are about 5,000 energy contracts every year. 70% for us, it's a kind of energy servicing. It was not an energy servicing in itself, it was modernizing the existing infrastructure. In the budget sphere, the energy servicing is not talked about at all, because managers say that we have no money for this field of activity, but it's because they don't understand what it is. They lack resources, they lack staff who are experienced in such issues, and they ask us what's the difference between gigacalories and kilowatts. But what's the difference? We carried out, by request of the Ministry of Economic Development, the study about energy efficiency of municipalities, and we had 18,000 in our audience within 3 days. And we had questions, I cannot say they were primitive. We had questions which were not related to our field of activity about energy efficiency, energy saving. And in 2011, when Vice Premier was Mr. Shuvalov, with his support, we shared experience with Great Britain about our field of activity. We provided information. Great Britain said thank you and is using our experience, but we had cancelled such field of activity in our area because we were told it is related with, it is very resource intensive, very investment intensive. But when we realized in some regions carried out our projects, we saw great money saving. We see the lack of understanding from authorities. when we are talking with officials about our projects, about potential outcomes, and about correspondence in the field of energy saving, energy efficiency, we suggest different solutions in this situation, and we see greater results than planned before. But we hear from officials that it will be some additional pressure in this case for the staff, for the infrastructure. But in any case, we see great economy. And while our authorities who understand it understand the talks about it, but until they understand the essence of this issue, we will not achieve much. And one more aspect to conclude. In our Russian standards about energy efficiency, we have the responsibility to carry out studies about tax reduction, but we only got 2 requests in this field. We see that nobody wants tax reduction. We got 1 request, but the party told us that they considered the infrastructure energy saving, energy efficient. Colleagues, maybe someone wants to comment? I wanted to continue this topic which you, Elena, mentioned, your mineralization waste project. Do you talk about wastes which are generated when extracting? You have calcium, magnesium. Yes, we extracted the ore. We brought it to the factory, we processed it, and the waste is sent to the stocking facilities. And there we have interaction with atmospheric CO2. CO2. But how do you succeed to sequestrate large amounts of CO2? Because black metallurgy has many wastes which contain magnesium and different substances which compose a film preventing sequestration of CO2. Our project has been implemented by the Innovation Development Department. And after this session, I can give you the contact details, and we can talk more in depth about it. But this film, which is being formed on the ore, does not prevent CO2 sequestration. And the depth of our stocking facilities allows us presents a great potential for CO2 sequestration. And we developed a methodology in which we are leaders in mineralizing the empty ore. But if you want, later we will talk more in detail. Please pass the mic to another speaker. Yes, I'd like to talk about best practices about resource saving and energy efficiency. At every enterprise, we have a plan to reduce resource consumption, and we get better and better results. And we are using more and more the AI. We are using unmanned drones, and it flies over our territories. It sees the leaks, and we analyze the information gathered. And these are methodologies which we can use in the field of energy efficiency and resource saving. Thank you. That's great. Dear colleagues, It's a great transition to flying over, and we have a speaker online, Maxim Martynov, the founder of Phoenix Carbon project. Maxim, as I understand, you have a technology. You also use such technology. Good day, colleagues. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, Maxim. Yes, it was a great transition to this technology. Our project, I will tell you briefly, we focused on preventing forest fires in those parts of the country where they are not being extinguished. So we used the technology using electrical drones, and we put different devices in places hard to reach. We have a big territory, and it is hard to reach. We can reach different places only by rivers. When founding our projects, we also planned using small boats for observing the territory, also using satellite data of the places of the future fires. We analyze meteorological data and other kinds of information. In order to launch this project, we calculated the economy component, and we saw that if we deploy our system using internal combustion engines, it will not be efficient. But now we are gaining carbon units to prevent CO2 emissions, and we also tell our partners that we will save money for you. In the region where you spend money for conventional systems of fire extinguishing, you will spend this money on drones, which are very easy to reconfigure. And yes, we monitor linear objects, and we also work in the agricultural field of activity. So our approach opened new possibilities for us when we use electrical generation facilities. And when the small boat has a device which generates our transitional electrical charge, which we then move to other objects, and when we deploy our drone stations. And next we plan maybe we will have a good collaboration with DEC. We will develop our infrastructure. There will be territories where when we will have electrical generation and communication. So you don't only use fuel in the drones. You charge them with electrical power. Yes, this is a great solution. We also have hybrid engines. We are now analyzing a solution for our logistics to use our small boats with electrical engines. Many thanks, Maxim. It's a precious comment. Maybe someone else from the audience, from among our experts, wants to add something. In this case, I think we can wrap up for this as regards to this session. We saw a range of positive practices which are not imaginary, which are being implemented now. We saw that almost every company in the investment uses the value approach, the money assessment approach, and also they analyze the social component. It was a great discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you to our experts. And I'm grateful to our audience for their comments. And thank you very much to everyone.
Коллеги из панели, просим не расходиться, а сфотографироваться.
Dear colleagues, we will take a photo now.
Раз, два. Друзья, коллеги, я думаю, что нам...
Dear friends, dear colleagues, I think we can start our session.
10 минут даже.
And we are 10 minutes late. According to our schedule, we have interpretation in English. Thank you very much.
Нам предложили любезно сделать доклад о том,
We've been courteously suggested to make a report about the scientific work which we've done with our colleagues as regards the Russian coal industry. It was a quite difficult work, and today our task is not to tell you the content of our book published, but to tell you about how we did our work, what difficulties we faced, and about the results, among which is the publication of a book. This is my colleague Nikita Kamagin, professor, the idea driver of this work. We work in the center of climate policy and international relations. And this center wasn't working with issues, coal issues, but one of the particularities of the European Institute is the passion for multidisciplinary research, the skill to involve different colleagues in solving different problems. No one among us worked previously with issues related to coal, so we prepared an objective view of the situation. The presentation will be in English. We will speak in Russian. I say it for our foreign colleagues. And here we have to make a disclaimer. Why is it in English? Because when we began studying the literature dedicated to the Russian sector, we saw many publications in Russian, in English. About this sector, there is little literature, so we decided to avoid the situation of lost in translation, because even I take part in COPs since 2017, and the experience shows that Russia is a big country. We in Russia, we think that everyone knows everything about us, everyone understands the economical decisions and processes of Russia, but we saw that for the foreign audience, such issues can be complex and difficult to understand. That's why we decided to present our work in English, what problems our sector faced in the past, what it went through, and maybe the discussions about climate change will be the death of the coal sector. We've been thinking about such issues. It is the fruit of a work of a big team, including politologists, economists, and dear colleague, maybe you will introduce yourself. Thank you, Maxim. I'd like to add that this work having been sponsored by any coal company, we haven't received a cent from them, and the stimulus to begin this work was a series of seminars about energy policy, which we organized in Russia, and one of the visitors told us that everything connected with coal industry and using fossil fuels it's not a crime, and there is no view which could be different from it. It cannot exist, such a view.
And myself, as a person who is aware of international relationship and international legal issues, and I had an idea of what kind of reforms had Russia to, let's say, survive, and the coal industry as well. The situation of the coal industry from the 80s, because I visited that time in Kazakhstan, in Bogatyr. So 2.5 years I have worked in Komi Republic, so I had quite an idea about the coal industry in my country. So the publications of my colleagues that told to English-speaking public about Gulag and Vorkuta, it was not quite right. What was behind that? What is a coal industry? What was a coal industry in the context of the Soviet Union? Who was Stakhanov? What did it mean to give coal to the country? So all that ideas are not understandable to our colleagues, foreign colleagues. So the issue that we are speaking now, the issue of the fair or just energy transition. So we need to understand that if we pretend to change anything, it cannot come by itself. It takes time, it takes resources, and my task in this project consisted in reviewing the history of developing and transitioning of Russian coal industry. And in this context, we used quite a lot of resources, historical resources. There is a very famous national library that contained documentations, governmental documentation, so we could follow the history of the coal industry. We were looking for the bifurcation points that could give another turn to the coal industry development. This is, well, to introduce myself. It is clear that we were in charge with everything. My colleague, he's analytic, and in this book, here is the book. It is quite a thick book, quite a heavy, 300 pages, more or less. And this is quite a fundamental investigation. Irina Mironova was a worker of one of the biggest Russian energy companies, and she was looking into the potential, the capability of the Russian energetic sector in terms of import and export, in terms of coexisting with other companies on the global market, in terms of competence. Well, I will introduce myself too. I worked for 12 years in a huge international bank, and I was in charge with what is called now green financing. We worked with Russian private sector. We were financing them and helped them out with technology searches. And I was quite in charge with the regulation. I was in charge with learning all the new legislative initiatives that arose by those times. And a coal sector was very interesting to me, because to Russian industry, to those responsible with green shifting in economy, shifting from coal to gas was a challenge. However, it was needed in order to reduce the emissions, and it was suitable and feasible. So it was very important to see, to understand the situation of the industry as a whole. We also attracted some students to our research. There were Hoven specialists and now a researcher. Every one of them was in charge with evaluating this situation of every region involved in coal industry, Kuzbas and us, so that we could achieve quite a whole idea. What Maxim just said is very important in terms of what we need to be attentive of. What we need to be attentive of is a fair or just energetical transition, popularity or non-popularity of labor in the coal industry, of the desire or non-desire to leave the region, and so on, including the ethnicity of the population. Well, when we talk about Komi Republic, who is thinking about that? Ethnical Russians or ethnical autochthonous population. All these issues were important to us, and that's why, well, at least just for you to understand the depth which we wanted to achieve. We reached out to cities and towns, their authorities, in order to ask them for more resources, because before 2025, 3 regions selected by us for the research, we received documents from them, documental resources. Later we will tell about the results that we achieved. Why we selected those 3 regions? Because to talk about the coal industry in Russia, it is impossible as a whole and a homogeneous phenomenon, because there are several regions, Vorkuta, Kuzbas, and new regions, maybe Sakhalin, which we will talk about today, and it is not the least right now where the development is being observed. Not stagnation, but development. And this development, this phenomenon of development, worth to be discussed at COP 29. Quite agree with my colleague. I would like to add about the local authorities. We talked to a very big amount of experts, politicians, and I was quite impressed by the representatives of coal industries, other industries as well, export-oriented, national market-oriented. Well, it is complicated, I should admit. Russian businesses, they say, who are you? In the first place, what are your coal rewards? Are you a general? Are you a big fish? What right do you have to ask me such questions? That is right. I do not imagine that. Beside the representatives of big businesses, if they say if we need to respond publicly, we need to follow the official way via press releases and so on. Otherwise, we do not sign what we say. But the most interesting was when we transmitted, when the salesperson persons call to businesses and the barriers they have to overcome to achieve the person who decides. That's the same thing we had to do. So that person, we had a Zoom conference with us, at some point interrupted. We only had 30 minutes to talk to them. Okay, let's write down what we have talked about, and after that we received a call from the secretary, and Chief, my boss, call you to your personal phone, because he had never been asked such questions. He only was listened. He was asked by someone, and he proposing him such a difficult situation, like, for example, what would you do if the coal industry is banned? And it happened that this big fish was really interested and shared with his opinion with the public. he also signed the book. His name is mentioned in the book, and he was really involved in the research. Okay, let's go on because our time is limited. Such an approach, historical approach to the coal industry, is very important because coal to Russia and Soviet Union is not only a raw material, it is a very important raw material, which also includes a social and political capital in it. The role of the coal in the Soviet economy cannot be overestimated. Market economy doesn't suppose geological researching worldwide. And to comment to our foreign colleagues who are here, we had very serious challenge during the Second World War when we lost our main coal resources. And what saved us? Was the researching in the years of 20s and 30s another coal deposits. So the city that we are representing now, Leningrad, St. Petersburg, received coal from, let's say, alternative deposits. And later we followed the Soviet coal industry, the new Russian reforms. We explain how these reforms were implemented. We explain three cases which are different from the point of view of the goal to be achieved, the model of transformation and the future of the companies that intervene. We also look at the modern companies oriented to export of coal, of natural gas to the main global markets. And the final chapter of the book is dedicated to how the coal sector reacts to the climate change. This slide, maybe it is the most informative, and it shows almost the whole history in a nutshell. The whole history of the Russian coal sector since 1960s. The consumption of coal was being decreased. Coal was the main energy resource in the Soviet Union, but later oil and gas appeared at the scene, and consequently we see that by 1980s there was a program elaborated in the Soviet Union regarding a long-term energy reform, which could not be implemented due to a deep economical crisis. And then the Soviet Union ended its history, and liberal reforms have started, including the industries. It was very important. Well, in the historical context, what I would like to point out, this slide shows us the linear, seamless process. But if we ask ourselves when a real discussion of the green economy on a global level has started, it was around 1992, the Protocol of Kyoto. It was ratified 10 years after, and what we should be very aware of is that one of the first international documents appeared later, after the privatization of coal companies in Russia. After that, the coal industry became economically feasible and it generated huge incomes. You know maybe that In the best years of its history, Russian coal sector generated around $17 billion per year. You know, it was quite a surprise, the converting of the losing industry into a high income generating. You know that there were a lot of opinions about gas sector, coal sector. However, the feasibility, economical feasibility of any industry is related to different fuel consumption. After that, the industry suffered a crisis, and what does it tell us about? That the sector suffered a very painful period of restructurization and survived 4 more crises. There is a Russian proverb that one beaten person worth 4 not beaten. What I would like to say that the industry that survived a lot of economical crisis can be sustainable. It is demanded. Maybe like that. On this slide, we see a reference to our Soviet past. It shows what place occupied coal in the economical structure of the country on the national level and why it suffered restructurization. Mainly because oil and gas deposits were researching and working on in Siberia.
If
we look at this slide now, and on the peaks of coal production in the Soviet Union, I would like you to be attentive to the numbers. You see the blue column about how much coal was produced in Russian Federation, in Soviet Union by 1988, and compare to the current numbers of current production of coal in Russian Federation. 425 against 45, let's say. However, the level of the coal production has been conserved by less companies. Companies that were not economically effective had to leave the market. Companies that still are active use a lot of innovations. They are much more climate friendly due to new technology usage. We are talking now about quite a painful period of Russian history, the period of reforms, the period when reforms were so needed. And I would like to remind you that the coal sector at that moment, between 80s and 90s, was a huge sector. It employed about 850 million thousand people, and them were people who were living very well. Their lifestyle was above assistant professors, like threefold maybe. Threefold was the salary of miners comparing with assistant professor in universities. And what happened next? That the demand on the national level decreased significantly due to economic challenges. This sector was underfinanced, and the production stagnated. So those people who were perceived as an avant-garde of the working class, they started to suffer a huge social and economic stress, which led eventually to their political activism, which is also very important to point out. Because when we talk about energetic transition as a very smooth process, we should adjust this concept to the regional characteristics. We know that in Russia, the miners were a focal point of the political activity. Well, at the beginning of the reforms after the Soviet Union collapse, and when private companies arose, starting 1992, 93, when the privatization process started. And paradoxically, in a very short period of time, the main share of the Russian companies became private. And starting 1999, 6 years after the start of the reforms, those companies started to generate high incomes. We see on this slide how the restructurization of the Russian coal industry has proceeded, and what was the role of the government. We see here the peak values that correspond to the years 96, 94, 96. That is when government had to rescue the sector which was in almost ruin. They had to close some companies and replace a huge amount of people who lost their employment. Well, some companies from the north, they had to replace around 12,000 of families from there to another Russian regions. Okay, at this point, I would like to comment also about social consequences of refusing coal sector. I mean, literally refusing this sector. Not only Russia suffered this process, and today in the Turkish pavilion they have the coal session at the same time. And we saw when we were researching the Russian experience, we also researched into Polish, Holland and German experience, what government could do when a lot of people lost their employment. And this experience varies quite a lot. To some people, in early retirement was offered, or requalification or replacement. And the perception of all of these measures was different. In particular, British researchers say that a British coal sector was very local proud. They were proud of being coal miners. What do you offer to us? You offer us to cut hair, maybe, or to make bread. This is not our business. We do this through generations. We go to mines. We are much more keen to receive an early retirement, but we would never accept to convert into bakeries. And a lot of money was spent into adaptation of these people who at some point were released from their job obligations. Well, the experience was positive in some places, negative in other places. In Russia, people were offered early retirement, requalification and replacement as well. So we were not the only country who faced this challenge, but the scale of it was huge. Now we couldn't even imagine that somebody would be bold enough to repeat this experience. We will also need to keep in mind that a Russian coal industry in some regions was the only occupation. In Russia, there are a lot of mono-cities, mono-towns which are vinculated with the industry of it, and all the social infrastructure of those cities and towns are vinculated to the industry, coal industry in our case. So the experiment related to transforming the coal industry was very painful. What could we do if the coal industry in Komi in Vorkuta is transformed? What if your company is closed? What will you do? Would you move? And if the company doesn't work, who would finance school education and other social demands of the population? All these are very important issues. It was only one possibility, one opportunity in the history to do something like this, and that is one of conclusion in our research, that the coal sector has been transformed not evolutionally, not gradually, but in a shock model. Our model was a shocking one, and the result of applying it is a huge socio-economic stress to the population. This stress has not been overcome yet, and till now the programs of replacement they still exist by 2030. On the previous slide, Maxim, could you come back, please? Please look here. 2002. The government financed the coal industry at the minimum level. What happened? That the social and economic programs was transferred from the government, from the state budget to the businesses. The state stops playing any relevant role in supporting this business. So by the year 2002, the coal industry started to suffer a deficit of attention from the government in terms of socioeconomic support. And from my point of view, this reform has not been finished yet. However, the economic KPIs increased quite a lot. We see here the incomes, we see here the export, how it grows from 17 to 21. It's very impressive, in fact. These companies that survived the crisis, survived the restructurization, they increased their muscles, their capabilities, and they learned how to get the maximum of rentability from any deposit. Well, it has been privatized, and it wasn't 80% private, but it was a measure to increase its economic efficiency, which was positive. No doubt. Well, we also should mention some other slides, some other maps that illustrate the shift in the fuel map of Russian companies and the appearance of new phenomena. Those who survived a post-Soviet period, they still work, and there are new companies who start to work, and Kuzbas is our region #1. But we see shift here from west to east, because east is the main market. we should have mentioned before that a half of the produced coal is exported and another half is consumed inside country. And we see that
So we are the main exporter, but we are located far away from the consumers. And one of the challenge we're facing today, including all Russian coal companies, is that we need to transport our products to our consumers. Yes, we can see marked here 3 regions which we studied. This coal field, we try to indicate in all details these fields here: Sakhalin, Komi Republic, Kuzbas, and they all use the opportunities of our logistic forest Russian infrastructure, which is now in high demand due to our contacts with Southeast Asia. We have some 15 minutes left for questions, but now we continue our discussion. When we finished our work, we paid attention to the fact that there are new centers of coal industry emerging now in the forest of Russia, for example, in Yakutsk region. They are being very actively explored by private sector as regards exploitation sector. And here we can see the distribution as per countries and years. We can see starting from 2021, expectations are changed from Europe towards Asia, India, China, and Asian region in general. We can see that exportation towards Western countries, the European countries, is decreasing drastically. What can we point out? First of all, energy safety. That means necessary energy resources at affordable prices. And if we can provide these 3 conditions, we can say that country is well provided in terms of energy security. And apart from exportations, we can say that in Russian Federation there are regions where coal generation is still very important to provide for regional demand in energy sources and electric power. And all eastern part of Russia and the Far East is still provided with coal. Coal is in very high demand. It's low cost source and is being used in steel and iron industry companies, plants, and in different power plants. And all our gasification plants we heard of will take a lot of time, a lot of years, even dozens of years before we can talk about transition fuel. In particular, natural gas can supplant our coal. But talking about energy transition, I can say that Russian reforms showed that these reforms transitions can be very, very challenging, and we need very powerful financing support. And those countries that lack this financing will support very high risks and shocks. And thirdly, I would like to point out in relation to this slide is that the third component we refer to means the fight against energy poverty. What do we have mostly, and what we can propose to developing countries, which, for example, as you heard today, have no very often access to electric power. Technologies very often are very costly. For example, if we talk about gas and oil, high cost sources, and you need infrastructure and pipelines for them. When we talk about coal, it's a very cheap and affordable source of providing for poor countries. Yes, of course, you need new technologies in order to use coal. You need to have new boilers, which will increase your energy efficiency. You need special filters. We have all these things, but when we have a look at the main challenges faced by the population, our population, we cannot forget about coal. As our research showed, it's before time. I wouldn't say that coal is an ideal solution, because at this conference, very often proposed solution can be presented as ideal ones, but we would like to tell about pros and cons of coal industry, including our assets which are not used. For example, today we use such or such investments, we provide such or such financing, and tomorrow there will be no more use, in no demand. And secondly, we need very strong public state regulations, legislation in this sphere. We often say critics towards Russia as regards legislation, but here we were among the first to introduce special technologies and modernization innovations in the sphere of coal industry. But we were the first, but as always it is, these technologies exist only in Japan, somewhere in Germany, somewhere in China, somewhere in Russia as pilot facility. But there are no more such initiatives in energy companies, because they could use these innovative facilities to decrease their emissions. But companies tell us that this is not profitable for them from economical point of view, and they need incentives on behalf of the state, as taxes decrease or others. But if we say about lessons learned, what can we talk about what can we think about new technologies? We need to know exactly who will develop these technologies and who will finance them, because private companies cannot do that all alone due to objective, justifiable reasons. And also, one more comment before we come to conclusions. Coal industry has a good perspectives as regards coal chemistry. And perhaps all those present here know that only 100 years ago in Germany, they invented this method to produce synthetic petrol out of coal. And German military planes used this fuel during World War II. And in Soviet Union too, there were such perspectives to use this synthetical petrol, which could be produced out of coal. During 2 years, they had been thinking about that, but then discovered very promising perspective. oil fields in our company, and so this initiative was rejected. And if we think about this process, it would cost us. So we should think about many things. But only when prices rise, we can go back to such technologies as production of synthetic petrol. But Russia has so rich resources that even our internal competition between our companies block the decision-making. So to finalize, I would like to highlight that Russian coal sector is a private one now. Before even we began to discuss our climate policy within the COPs, it became a profitable sector. Even before our country signed Paris Agreement, it became twice less profitable because we liquidated many mines and factories, and many people resigned. So what can they do? What are their destiny? This is a very big question of re-employment, and this sector is very compatible. They have very good management who suffered a lot and have very good experience, and the future of coal industry depends greatly on future demand, and we think that in middle term perspective, coal industry will survive. So we understood that these companies' managers also very well understand what is their deadline, how much time is left for their sector, what they can do with their prices, with their products. But nobody has illusions now because the coal industry is doomed. Sooner or later it will take its end. But here you can use this QR code and this link, and you can have a look at our book, Russian Coal in the Era of Climate Change. And if you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them. Thank you very much. Thank you. You would need a mic, I think.
Yes. Please. Working? Yes. Go ahead.
You can hear me over there?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. We are a delegation coming from Guinea, West Africa. Guinea is one of the country who own 1/3 of bauxite in the world. Bauxite is made to do the alumina. And since 60 years, we are exporting alumina around the world. We are exporting bauxite around the world. With the new government, we have a plan with the government to export now, not to export, but to construct a refinery of bauxite. And for that, we need a source of energy. We do the feasibility study, and we identify 3 sources of energy. The first one is coal, which is cheap and which is good. The second one is a gas. And the third one is a fuel we have to use. And when we use the 3, we are going for the coal. But the thing is, Guinea has ratified Paris Agreement. And we want to know for Russia, since you guys had ratified the Paris Agreement, how that affecting Russian coal business with you guys, and what advice or what strategy you can advise Guinea of using coal to construct a refinery and also be aligned with Paris Agreement. Thank you. That question will be for you, I think, sir.
Но я начну тогда, не знаю, еще продолжите, если
First
хотите
of all, I
добавить.
will start, and perhaps you will add any additional comments. I think that this question is of large scale. Thank you very much for your question, for your trust. But this question cannot be solved within this conference framework. We would like to have a special discussion space and not to think about silver bullet for such or such particular country. We all understand that aluminium production is a very costly sphere in Russia. We also understand that, and they are present here. Conakry bauxite company, they have an opportunity to use energy resources of a very big hydropower plant located in Siberia. And that helps them to produce aluminium. And as regards coal use for the production, well, I think in Russia, all depends on exportation volumes, but we could have even lesser level of emissions. But take into account all our carbon emissions in Russian Federation, this figure does not impact our Kyoto Protocol obligations because it was an economic decision. We cannot liquidate our coal in industry sector because of our obligations, ecological obligations. So we had such alternative. And as regards our opinion, perhaps you would add anything? Yes, I would agree with Maxim that it's very difficult to provide you any kind of counsel, advice. I would think about the fourth source, the cleanest source of energy to produce energy in large scale for long term is nuclear power. Perhaps it's not coal, it's not gas, it's not any other fuel sources, but nuclear power. The future belongs to nuclear power. And we can see it now very clearly because today we have a possibility to build nuclear power plants of different power, and we have new technologies which you can use for your particular project. And if we talk about coal in the context of Paris Agreement for Russia, yes, Russia undertook certain obligations to implement a series of measures, but we have a lot of pollutants, but we have also a very big power capacity for carbon capture. And that's a very big question if our coal sector is the biggest pollutant emittent. But I think that if we think about the future, aluminium, which is produced in the world, will be measured if it is green or not. And in this relation, if we use gas as a transition fuel, which received this status, or if we use nuclear power, I think in long-term perspective is a very good solution, would be from the investing point of view. But I need to know your details of your particular case. I speak on the basis of information you provided. I'm not an expert in this field, but I don't know your capacities, opportunities of your particular country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. If no more questions, we will wrap up. Thank you very much, dear participants. We were very glad to see you all.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Good day, dear friends. We begin after a great session about climate and energy efficient solutions in corporate practice. It's the 5th day. We transition smoothly into ecosystem restoration, biodiversity conservation, and resilience enhancement in agricultural and food security systems. Today, within our session, we will discuss important things which were set as priority aspects a few years ago, when there were talks at the UN level about biodiversity conservation and restoration. Now we will talk about these aspects, including the resilience enhancement in agricultural and food security systems in the context of climate change and climate change challenges and other aspects which our speakers will mention as priority aspects. I'd like to introduce to you our dear speakers for today. Andrei Samatov, online Minister of Ecology and Sustainable Development of Sakhalin region. He is here. Vyacheslav Leonov, Head of Department of Territorial Policy of Russian Federation. Tatiana Leonova, Director of Apparatus on Climate Policy and Carbon Regulation online. Svetlana Sheffield, representative of KEPT company. Ruslan Kazakov, Head of Climate Department of Severstal company. And also representative of Uralchem company. I'm glad to see such esteemed speakers here. So, first word for Ruslan Samatov, Minister of Sustainable Development of Sakhalin region. I'd like to say that raising the potential of different biosystems will play a big role. Over to you, please.
Получается у нас подключиться, да?
Do we have the connection?
Ну, я просто хочу напомнить, что
I'd like to remind you that we are now establishing connection. Dear colleagues, can you hear me? Good day. Yes, we can hear you. We are glad to see you. Likewise. As they say here in the forum, the floor is yours. Well, dear colleagues, let's talk. I haven't had the time to get familiarized with the general direction of our session, but I will try to give you some important information how biodiversity conservation is like in the situation of climate change. If you don't mind, yes, please. Okay, please launch my presentation. And the first slide is an introductory one. It reminds us all about global goals of the United Nations for sustainable development. And as you know, there is an SDG about climate and 5 ecological targets. And as a representative, as a Minister of Sustainable Development of Sakhalin region, taking into account our national goals and priorities and international goals, we are active in 4 fields of activity. We have 10 federal projects. I will not mention their names, you know them all, but in any case, they are mentioned in my presentation. And also we have a project of biodiversity preservation and tourism development as regards regulation of greenhouse gases emissions. It's another project. It is being regulated by 2 federal laws. One of them is a general law for the whole country, and the second one is for carrying out the experiments in separate subjects of the Russian Federation. And Sakhalin region is the first and the only one as of today to implement this project. Next slide, a bit about Sakhalin. Where are we at as regards the sustainable development? The Sakhalin region is the only island region of the Russian Federation which has huge natural resources, and leading economic industries are traditionally oriented at active extraction and use of these resources. And Sakhalin was the first from the point of view of the shelf exploration, and our oil industry is well known far behind the limits of the Russian Federation. Besides oil and gas, a great importance is about extraction of other natural resources, first of all coal, and we are active in other spheres of using natural resources. It's fishery development and forestry development. Without the state program for nature environment preservation, it is also present on our territory. A very important component for sustainable development is biodiversity protection. We have transboundary species which are among our priorities on the list of biodiversity protection in the Russian Federation and also at the global level. Besides that, Sakhalin has very ambitious goals and tasks as regards social development. We are striving to become an island resort, a resort island. We have all the necessary sites and actively developing infrastructure for it. First of all, I can mention our resort Mountain Air, of which has an international level of organization, and also we are developing resorts based on mineral waters and muds. And we are oriented at such a sustainable development which would ensure the balance between economic interests and ecosystems restoration and protection. It is no secret for you that it is only possible by way of cooperation between federal and authorities and scientific community and societal organizations. Next slide, please. So, what we are doing from the point of view, what the state does to help us reach our goals as regards biodiversity preservation. We have read books for Sakhalin region. We published different volumes for plants, animals, and mushrooms. And from 2008, we have a group on biodiversity, and within the framework of this group activity and interaction with Ministry of Nature of Russia, and within the framework of interaction with UN structures, agencies, we implemented a very important task. Sakhalin region was one of the 6 pilot regions where the project tasks in conserving biodiversity in Russia was being carried out. And we prepared a concept for biodiversity preservation and then the relevant strategy for Sakhalin region for the period till 2025. And besides that, the further development of every field of action to preserve environment. We were also among the first in the sphere of climate regulation, and we've set an ambitious task to reach carbon neutrality till the end of 2025. I will not tell you nothing. I will tell you nothing now about it, but I will just say that we have a relevant program till the end of 2025. It has been developed. You can follow our session on November 21. We will have a huge delegation and which will make very serious announcements. And the next part of the Paris Agreement is the adaptation plan towards climate change. The first variant of this plan was issued in 2022. We are now on the second stage of our national plan. Our ministry, relevant ministry, issued a few recommendations. We assessed the risks, and now we are able to assess economical risks, and accordingly we will modify our strategy as regards climate change. And this leads us to the understanding that such a number of fields of activities for which we will prepare intermediate results, and there will be time for us to set new goals, and we are thinking about compiling such results and tasks into one strategy for sustainable development. Next slide, a few words about reaching such ambitious goal. It will be possible only by consolidating joint efforts of the whole of society, and big enterprises are taking an active part in our activities as regards emissions reductions and biodiversity preservation. At the slide, you see plans and monitorings as regards marine mammals and about conservation of ecosystems of the rivers, maritime ecosystems, etc. I have already mentioned the priority population of the whales, gray whales, and based on the results of 2023, we identified 375 representatives of this population, and during this season we've identified a little more than 260 representatives of such whales, and we are taking an active part in preserving biodiversity. We have 2 organizations which are very active in saving and preserving sea mammals, and during some years already they are now saving They're saving the seals from plastic garbage and from different types of pollution. And all of this work from the part of authorities, business, voluntary activists, and other stakeholders, it lets us to make out contribution also in the education sector for preparing different generations and for informing different parts of the population. We are optimistic about the future, and our next task about implementing our plans, which have been formulated in our relevant documents, is preparing a unified sustainable development strategy. One more thing, when we are talking about biodiversity and about new challenges connected with climate change, it shows us new threats as regards the danger of pollution or some other consequences of the human economic activity. And now there are threats of changing the structure of communities and ecosystems due to new invasive species which are impacting and playing their role in this restructuring. An example is the flourishing of red algae in Kamchatka, and there are examples from the sphere of tuna hunting, and these are not fairy tales, and we see the evidence of these changes, such as floods, typhoons, and also in the biological sphere. Here I finish. Thank you. Thank you very much for this review, for such an informative presentation, and about your quite interesting region where many fields of activity can be implemented and programs which contribute to raising the potential of ecosystem elements. And you also said about the danger of ecological manifestations of the climate change, which pose threats to the human existence, and which are also related with the disruption of ecosystems. And I'd like to remind you that the UN Decade of Restoration of Ecosystems is being carried out under the auspices of two organizations. One is UNEP and the second one is FAO. It is evident that issues connected with food security and degradation of ecosystems as regards the possibility to organize food security are among the most important, vital in the world. Now Vyacheslav Leonov, head of department from Ministry of Agriculture of Russian Federation. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to take part in this session. Thank you to Sakhalin, to this beautiful region. It will be the first carbon-neutral region. I'd like to announce the speech of Ministry of Agriculture of the Russian Federation on the November 20. And it will be about greenhouse gas emissions and agro-industrial complex. So on November 20, you will hear more from my colleague, also about countries which use our production. Also, we pay attention to every obligation contracted by the Russian Federation according to Protocol of Kyoto and Paris Agreement and other programs. And currently, it is with satisfaction that we see our key indices as regards greenhouse gas emissions, and it is the relation of emissions of the industry to 1990 levels, and we achieved the reduction of emissions by 56%. These results are checked, revised annually by IPCC, and we see the reduction by 56%. As regards food security, it is easier to reduce by stopping the activity. Anyway, we have here very positive figures. If we talk about grain cultures and bean cultures, we are expecting by 2030 the crops the increase of the crops up to 170 million tons. Sorry, I will use my crib. We reached 145 tons last year. We increased our growth by 20%, and at the same time we reduced emissions. Also by 2030, we are forecasting also the increase of by millions of tons as regards meat and meat products and oilseed crops. Also by 2030, as regards meat and meat products, the forecast is 38.5 million tons. We see the growth of the agricultural sector, and at the same time, I repeat, we reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. We can see by industry how it happens. Most of all, we reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 44% from agricultural lands. It is connected with the use of mineral fertilizers, and also we reduced emissions when we use urea, carbamide, and we also get the growth of our output. We see the increase in our harvests from 19.5 hundredweight in 1990 till 33.6 hundredweight in 2022 as regards cereal and legume crops. And we see also an increase, not as important, but anyway an increase as regards oilseed crops. And also in other sectors we have ambitious goals by 2030, but we cannot expect that somebody will bring us seeds, seed material from abroad. We have our particularities, and the more plants we have in our country, the more output we will have. As regards the use of mineral fertilizers, I think my colleagues will tell you more about that. And we use also the strategy of applying fertilizers in spot application of fertilizers in the areas where they are needed, and also we use the technologies for soil protection. we use it according to our climate zones. Also, we use landscape adaptive farming and agriculture, and we expect the further growth. And about melioration, it has been actively developed in the Soviet Union. We had a Ministry of Melioration. There was a great plan in the Soviet Union to build melioration systems, and we are enlarging and working with this heritage and perfecting it. We're using also forests, tree plantations, which not only protect our agricultural plants from negative impact, but also they help increase the output. Next industry, when we talk about the agriculture, is animal husbandry. We can see here two components. First of all, reduction of emissions from enteric fermentation. As regards 1990, with the level of that year, we achieved the reduction by 61.7%. And as regards reduction of emissions from manure collection, storage, and utilization systems, we achieved the reduction by 53.5%. And annually, we increased also the milk obtained from an average cow. Now we nearly doubled the amount of milk which our cows give. This is no miracle. This is only about improvement of animal keeping and about improving the genetics of the animals. We all can remember ancient old times when there were no modern technologies, no modern equipment, and now there are huge complexes being built for animals where they feel better, much better, and the better the cows feel, the more milk they produce. Also, we are working with different aspects of improving the characteristics of our lands, and the same can be said about the increase of the weight of the cattle. It is the increase measured in hundreds of grams, and it is a significant increase as compared with 1990. We plan to go ahead to achieve even better results at the same time by reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. And presently we are working on two climate projects. First of all, it is a project related with filter melioration. We are taking into account different international methodologies, but we are taking into account our specificity.
That is about 300 or 400 hectares, including the keeping technologies that respond to international standards. Every hectare produces around 10 or 50 units per year. The second project is about recycling of agricultural wastes. Waste equals to manure. Several years ago, there was a law adopted in Russian Federation establishing quite a strict requirements of manure management. including its keeping, its recycling, its preparing to be used as a fertilizer, and the methods of its introducing into soil. We know how much profit supposes manure applying to the soil, and how much profit is it to the soil structure comparing mineral fertilizing. So the project is quite complex, and we are finishing the design phase for this technology, which will help us to achieve the goals established by a Paris Protocol. It will be translated into zero emissions and increasing productions of agriculture sector. All these technologies we are developing together with a National Institute of Climate and also a Center of Competence created especially for these purposes by the Ministry of Agriculture, aiming to develop and implement nature-based technology. To put some examples, now this structure joins around 90 centers in Russia, around more than 6,000 specialists, including 23 PhD and other specialists. Climate is not the main direction of its job. However, it always been keen on researching of soil structure, soil properties for agricultural purposes. Once again, I would like to invite you to assist our session, the plenary on November 21, especially the countries who import agricultural products from Russian Federation. Thank you so much. Vyacheslav Leonov showed us, illustrated how can an approach can be implemented from part of the Ministry of Agriculture. There are notable exits restoring ecosystems and including this process into the productivity increasing. The experience is quite unique, and it illustrates that agriculture sector can not only increase but also suppose and assure ecological system biodiversity conservation. The practices of Ministry of Agriculture shows us that the focus has been shifting now. We are talking about decarbonization, about refuse of fuels, but it can also be approached in a different way, which is being explained by UN. However, it can be done in a parallel way, shifting from the global economic intrigues to real biodiversity conservation and commonwealth of our societies. Just to inform you, there is a huge project in China related to biodiversity conservation. It is included into the global goals that comprises the conservation of 150 hectares. So I think this is the one more reason that to include your projects into our national Inform. They are already included, just for you to know. All these projects are reflected, all the programs regarding landscape adaptive farming, because we already have some statistic about it for our projects to be really confirmed, sustained by data. They are already certified by international experts. And foresting, these projects are also in international standards. It's a pleasure to listen things like this. One other important point I would like to say that only 1% of all global investment is being concentrated into real activities to conserve biodiversity and increase their sustainable resilience. Yes, I was listening to Sergei Tverdokhlyeb, who talked about increasing greenhouse emissions due to green energy using. That's why I would like to give the floor to Tatiana Illarionova, who is an expert in greenhouse gases regulations. Tatiana, regarding the forecast that says that electricity consumption will only grow, what focuses we need to keep in mind and for our politicians in order to get the balance, to find the golden middle between greenhouse gas emissions that we try to decrease by different means, but at the same time, this challenge is not a trivial one. Yes, that's quite right. There are no trivial challenges in the climate agenda, in the food security agenda, because a fight against food poverty is one of the SDGs. But getting back to the intervention of Sergei Tverdokhlyeb, who is the chief of climate committee, he has an intervention in the our next plenary, and he will speak more in details. I would like only point out on some focal challenges that we observe. First of all, it is clear enough that the food security for the agricultural sector, climate change is crucial because this sector is one of the susceptible to the climate risks like precipitation, their loss or their excess, the floods, everything related to the climate change. On the other side, this sector is susceptible to other risks related to rapid population growth and decreasing the amounts of agricultural lands, because by now half of these agricultural lands are used for construction right now. So now the question is about how to intensify the usage of these lands and conserve or not conserve the forests. It is everything related in this issue. It is a huge cycle of reasons, of causes and subsequences, which should be considered in complex. By now, around 9% of the global population every day faces hunger and lack of food. That is a problem of today, not of tomorrow, not of far future. That's why the activities that are developed now will develop the destiny of these people. What can be done in order to solve the problem of hunger on other hand, and to mitigate climate change on another hand, and minimize the agricultural impact into the climate change? Well, first of all is agricultural intensification via fertilizers usage. We know that many countries are now do not have access to fertilizers in enough amount, which is influenced by the sanctional restrictions of the recent years. And in the supply chain, in the food sector, there are a lot of parties that suffered a lot. Although there are a lot of fertilizers in USA, they are in a white list. However, due to different reasons, there are There are complications in financing, in accounting and logistics, which influences eventually influences the most vulnerable people, most vulnerable African countries, where the established level of fertilizer usage is still very low. Well, we understand that more fertilizers are needed in order to produce more food, but on the other hand, these fertilizers increases the emissions in the agricultural sector. To resolve this, there are a series of new solutions, including landscape adaptive farming, immune technologies that supposes usage of different plots in order to balance the amount of fertilizers and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. This is one of the directions of how this problem can be complexly, integrally solved. Another direction or another way is to use more friendly methods of soil management, which allowed minimally damage the soil and to conserve the carbon naturally deponed in the soil and not to provoke greenhouse emissions while managing. And the third way is to conserve ecosystems that are still not touched. It is very related to biodiversity. Well, all these ways have a complex effects. And the most interesting question is how to assure these actions. Well, to our mind, the most effective way is a creation of ICVCM. Well, all these activities can be implemented in terms of voluntary carbon market. We know that even the fertilizer manufacturers help farmers. They consult them about what amount is needed and what effects can be expected. And the effects regarding the greenhouse emissions, well, these effects can be sold to interesting companies. The same can be said about the soil carbon. There are a lot of internationally known methods about what activities can be implemented complementary to the main activity and can be designed as a climate project in order to conserve the carbon naturally deponed in the soil. This is quite a huge amount of jobs and huge amount of effects. In order to make this all happen, it is needed all the details of the Article 6 of the Paris Treaty to be adopted, because this market, voluntary carbon market, doesn't work efficiently yet, although some of its elements is covered by local inventories and so on. One of the most famous is the Australian program that comprises agriculture and soil management and describes all the effects about carbon conservation and emissions. The decrease can be formalized in a form of funding. Well, we work quite a lot on different platforms and raise this issues, we see that in every pavilion now at COP29, Article 6 is being discussed. However, and regrettably, rather than discussion, we do not see anything else to be done. However, we hope that soon we will see real activities, because ecosystems will really benefit from that on one hand, and on another hand, there would be a lot of complementary effects like biodiversity conservation and other synergetic effects like in no other area. Totally agree with you. While everyone is negotiating, the consumers go on working whatever they need. They realize really a huge amount of solutions in terms of national projects and other issues that are being discussed in our today's session. We will go on talking about businesses and its components and the role that fertilizers play in order to conserve biodiversity and food security. However, I would like to shift a little bit, because there is a convention of biological biodiversity. In Cali, in Colombia, a recent meeting has been celebrated.
What
are the main conclusions of it? We will ask Svetlana, the Chief of Biodiversity Direction in the CAPT company. Good afternoon, colleagues. Do you hear me? Yes, perfectly. It is my pleasure to say hello to you, and please share my presentation. Next slide. I work in CAPT company, and my responsibility is, together with Russian businesses, develop biodiversity technologies. We work with farmers, with regulators, and with fertilizer manufacturers. So today we would like to talk about increasing relation between biodiversity conservation and agriculture industry developing, including in terms of the Biodiversity Convention. Next slide, please. Traditionally, biodiversity conservation and biodiversity threats in the previous decades were related to oil, gas, and metal industries, and the relationship between agriculture and biodiversity in terms of intercorrelation was not properly discussed. This topic is not really easy. However, in the last 5 years, we see that this topic is being more actively discussed. It is on the top of the agenda, because agricultural sector globally is responsible for 70% of water consumption and 20% of the land usage. It is correlated with the information that my colleagues have mentioned before. 50% of the lands needed for biodiversity conservation are now being used by agriculture. Thus, the ecosystems suffer due to crops and other plants cultivation. On the other hand, we know that food security is one of our main priorities for any country. That is why the balance needs to be kept between biodiversity conservation, because biodiversity is one of the main factors that assures agricultural productivity and food security. So these topics become the top of the agenda. Fortunately, it has been also mentioned in Cali at the 16th meeting of the Biodiversity Convention. This convention is global. There were many countries presented, including Russian Federation. The countries presented their national strategies in the area of biodiversity conservation related to agrobiodiversity. And one of the solutions that appeal to the topic of our Inform is point number 3 on the slide, is the need of the biodiversity conservation in terms of rational agriculture. To a great extent, this topic is related to the article in Convention about funding and financial stimulated. It considers the stimulus related to agricultural development. Next slide, please. Well, after those discussions, what it is offered to farmers in order to conserve biodiversity. FAO has announced yet a general approach, net, shifting from the mandatory imperative norms to voluntary accepted responsibilities. What we see now on the slide, the shift from restriction of the land usage, in Russia we call them specially conserved lands, to create a new tax models for agriculture and mandatory decreasing of agricultural lands, like in European Union. Later, there is a financing stimulating program discussed, a multi-step licensing and quoting, and after that there are more gentle norms that can stimulate state purchases. We are talking now about grants for farmers. We are talking about concession creation. I'm sorry, colleagues. The nature. I'm sorry for this interruption. And the payment for activities related to all the mentioned measures. Now we are talking about the programs supporting social programs of finance, for accounting, and so on. It is important to take into account the system of compensations. They are a tool that has always been existed in the area of biodiversity conservation. However, not widely enough like in climate change. And if we look at this scheme applying to Russian Federation, half of these activities are actively, more or less actively, they are present, they exist. We are talking about red, so-called red and orange zones, and recently Russian manufacturers of fertilizers and agricultures, they got into green zones and they increased their capacity in area of biodiversity conservation. I would also support my colleagues that in different forms promote norms among the agricultures, the norm of biodiversity conservation. Let's look at Russian experience. Let's look at what activities are being implemented in Russian Federation. They can be categorized in three main categories. They are main or mandatory norms on the left-hand side. There are recommendations. I'm very sorry for the interruption. Recommendations and the newest tools related to taxonomy in the area of green economy and agriculture. My colleagues have already mentioned that. We are talking about requirements of waste management, forestry, less known norms, but however existing regarding the protection of animals that live close to agricultural plots, especially in the pairing seasons, and the necessity of alerts, the restriction of pesticides usage for farmers, and so on. These are examples. There are a lot of examples about that. We have studied about 30 of them. In Russian Federation, I should mention that on the regional levels, there is a competence for regional authorities to establish regional specific norms for agricultures, and they actively use them, considering the specificity of their flora, fauna, and agriculture structure. Well, I would say again that there are plenty of opportunities aimed to conserve flora, fauna, conservation of birds and insects. We have also mentioned the usage of offsets in the area of biodiversity conservation. From 2023, there is a standard implemented in Russian Federation, which is synchronized with the developing ISO 331, especially for biodiversity conservation in agriculture and food sectors. So in this case, there is a direct correlation with international standard which comes into force in 2025. Interestingly, in Russian Federation, we have a tool of green financing. There are several projects that can be developed in this area, mentioned already by my colleagues. Next slide, please. Some practical examples of what our farmers and fertilizer manufacturers are doing.
И проходит полевую апробацию комплексный агробиодиверсити индекс.
It is being developed and applied in the first pilot project Agrobiodiversity Index, which is based on several pillars: impact on soil, considering the certain types of fertilizers, and the reaction from the part of biodiversity to these impacts, mechanical and other types.
That will promote biodiversity. These are indirect impacts, but very important, vital ones, and dependent on every impact type, we will choose our own measures. And from the compulsory measures, we would like to point out the following. This was a very important tool developed in 2024, and it is being tested now. Its specifics is that this indicator was developed taking into account local soils characteristics, and it was registered at the legislation national and local levels. And now in Russia it is being tested. And the last slide, please. If we go further, what can we see? This is a very good practice indeed. It's one of the first pilot Russian projects, and we hope that that will attract attention by small and medium enterprises. Business suffers a lot in Russia, and we have, according to our national agenda, we need to think more about biodiversity and implement practical tools, compulsory and voluntary ones, to preserve our fauna and flora at local and national levels. We need to implement global standards as well as disseminate biodiversity practices for sustainable development of our agriculture, but also to adjoining spheres. This is very important aspects as regards estimation of agricultural sector impact. We can implement technologies, management tools in cooperation with other sectors and organizations. We also can think about nature-based ecology solutions. We should think about different tools and international level. Unfortunately, the sound is choppy. Thank you very much, Svetlana. And I'm sure that everything you talked about are very important solutions, as well as recommendations, including those presented by FAO. All these aspects are present in Russia, including support business technologies in small and medium enterprises, as it is popular to say now, to support carbon neutral business. Yes, as if I would like to share your experience, we understand everything. Yes, a short comment. Our colleague told us that perhaps these are international data. 50% of animals' habitats are situated in agricultural sector, but in Russia this indicator cannot surpass 11%. So all these figures we talked about by 2030, it is all within our frameworks. Nothing will be changed. We are implemented already all those technologies as regards sustainable development and biodiversity, and we have a scale of about 90% of agricultural offsets. Our regulations are among the severest in the world. Our conservation territories are very well protected because when our neighbors say the word conservation territory, for us it is something very small scale. For us, nothing can be done on the territories of biospheres. Only we can preserve biodiversity there in our conservation territories. Yes, thank you very much, dear colleagues. On the last slide, I presented average international figures, but all depends on particular country. For example, in Russia, the statistics will be a bit different. Thank you very much for this correction. Thank you very much, Svetlana, for a very detailed presentation. Dear colleagues, let's move forward. We have very little time left. We have Roman Kozakov, now climate specialist from Severstal. Where is our clicker?
Компания Северсталь действительно тоже
Severstal company is one of the most active participants of our market, paying great attention to climate challenges. Please, you have the floor. Good day, dear colleagues. Severstal company is a company taking part from steel and metal, iron and steel industry sector. So what is our relation with agricultural sector? There is one, and I would like to show you our slides. And unfortunately, the sound is choppy. Would like to tell you about decarbonization strategy of our company by 2030. Here we have 5 directions of our activities. Emissions decrease. We have certain targets and activities in this area, 10% in medium-term perspective, but we're not limited by this. We have other directions. First of all, innovations for decarbonization, development of new technologies for emissions reduction, and also development of clean products. And if you have a look at the bottom part of my slide, we can see that we have defined why it is very important to think about them now. Technologies are limited by our opportunities.
Хорошо, хорошо. Вот, и среди них есть направление по
So among them, we have nature-based solutions projects. You can see here on this slide, we thought in our company about nature-based solutions, climate projects, and how they can be implemented. Deforestation and reforestation projects, re-wetting of drained peatlands, and soil carbon sequestration in agriculture. And in every direction, we have our deliverables. But I would like to say a few words about projects which are implemented now in the sphere of agriculture. Of course, these projects have their pros and cons. First of all, they lead to the increase of soil fertility, and that would increase our food stability and safety. But also there are risks of carbon loss, and also there is another challenging topic, changes to farming methods. But we found a special approach how ferrous metallurgy can promote these challenges solving. Problem solving, first of all, we need to use certain secondary ferrous metallurgy products. We separated 3 products which are being explored now. First of all, we speak about blast furnace slag. Then this is not a waste. I would like to point out this point. It's very safe as regards chemical composition. The second one, the second product we can propose to agriculture is blast furnace sludge, a secondary product of our production process. These are very tiny fractions of nature ore and the coal products which are used while preparing our products for blast furnace, and also ammonia. That's a secondary product for us while producing coke. And this can be also used in agriculture, so we concentrated mainly on the first two products, slags. They can be used as fertilizers, and sludge, blast furnace sludge. It can be used as a source of microelements because it contains phosphor, sulfur, which is very useful for soil, to increase soil fertility. Today we are conducting a special research, and all these products are being tested in different Russian regions, in Vologda region, where we have our main plant, but also in black lands, soils regions. So we can see the need of fertilizers used in our black soils regions. And according to our estimates, we have large territories which need to be improved. And these territories should be enlarged because we use extensive mineral fertilizers there. We are conducting different elements here in different soil types, including salt podzolic, acidity of water extract, and we have quite good results. For example, it is shown for seeds enlargement and fertility increase. The results are different. It all depends on the crop, about 15-20 increase in fertility. We provide a certain yield increase. And we also conduct a very serious
в части исследования материалов перед внесением почвы, также исследования их концентрации
soil ameliorants based on blast furnace slag, and how we conduct these results, these researches before integrating our products in the soils and after. And it showed that these products are very safe, first of all, for all soils, and they can be used as ameliorants. They proved their usefulness as regards yield increase for different types of crops. And why do we talk here about climate component? Because for the ameliorants, it's very important. We use, as a rule, practically limestone here, but when they are decomposed, they present CO2 increase. But our products allow to avoid these emissions, and according to our estimations, we can obtain the effect of CO2 decrease of 1 ton CO2 per 1 hectare while using these ameliorants. As of today, we finished our first project in Belgorod region together with Belgrade State University, where we measure not only indicators related to chemical characteristics of soil but we also measured how GHG emissions change according to our product treatment. And we plan to issue safety certificate for our product, and they can be used in industrial scale and in agricultural soils. We also cooperate with local farmers. They are ready to use our materials if they are safe, and many of them say that this climate component is very important for them. It can be considered as an additional economic incentive in order to decrease product price and to use it on a large scale. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Oh, it was very interesting. Severstal presented its solution, how we can increase our yield. Very interesting, Roman. As I was told, contacts are very important and useful. And I told our colleagues who pay professional attention to the questions of yield and fertility, because it's very interesting how we can supplant lime by your ameliorants. Because sometimes we think about the use of certain such or such products, but very often they are not safe because they contain heavy metals. But it's very important to cooperate like that within the framework of such COPs, such conferences. So Severstal presented us a very good new approach, which reflects circular economy principle. All our byproducts, secondary products have become very important factors to provide the safety of our soils. And so it was worth coming here. Ekaterina Spiridonova, Vice President of Uralchem and participant of the member of the Management Board of Roskym. So our colleagues pay special attention to circular economy in such, even in such sectors as ferrous metallurgy, and sometimes we wonder if it is connected with the collagen agriculture. Yes, it is. Uralchem is one of the main producers of fertilizer on our market. We talked a lot about this with our colleagues with our competent ministry. Please tell us, what do you think about fertilizer? Is it not a tool to prevent ecosystems degradation in agriculture? Do you have such a view at your products? Good day. Thank you very much for having invited me to take part in this very interesting discussion. It's very hard to take the floor after such brilliant speakers who heard their very brilliant ideas. But I would like to highlight that last year, at previous COP in Dubai, we signed a declaration concerning the development of agriculture and sustainable development of food systems, and it includes obligation engagement in the sphere of agriculture and in the sphere of fertilizing. And in Russian Federation, we are developing these provisions, including strategy of emissions decrease development by 2050, with a special accent on agriculture and mineral fertilizing. Also, as far as I know, a special draft of government order was prepared, developed, where certain agricultural activities have been enlarged, and this list includes different agricultural activities where economic entities has to present their accounting figures as per CO2 emissions. There we can find detailed information about fuel burning while using agricultural equipment, and agricultural sector will need to enlarge its knowledge, which will allow Russian Federation to make progress in this sphere. And I think here we need to use a special space for experiments. So, I mean CO2 super sites. As we know, in Russian Federation, such super sites are being regulated by a special order of the Ministry of Science and Education. And in Uralchemia, we think that such CO2 carbon super sites are climate projects, but all our documents refer to strategic planning, and particularly we pay attention to climate and forestry projects, and we think that we also need to focus in our country on climate projects in the sphere of agriculture, including fertilizing, exact fertilizing, and what innovations we can develop here in these processes. I think it would be a very efficient tool. As of today, carbon super sites are about 20, which were created in our country. And in Samara region, there is a special super site dedicated to innovations and experiments in the sphere of agriculture. As it has been told today, I think that without cooperation of business, farmers, and state authorities, it would be impossible to solve problems in this sphere. We think that we need to pay more attention at this domain, and also we need to think about strategic development planning. Here we need to pay attention to climate projects in agriculture, because we know, as we know, in our country we have registration categorizing of land's use, and in agriculture this process is a very long one to change agricultural lands into other category. Our state pays special attention to this process, because such agricultural lands should be developed. But at this COP, we esteem that it should be done in climate context. But as we say in Uralchemia, our goal is a world without famine, hunger. So in the food safety goals interest, I think we all need to have our lunch. Our time is over. Oh, great idea. Great, brilliant initiatives, which could be very useful. And I can see it very clear. And I would say more. It's very important, as you told us about carbon super sites in the world, and how ecosystems can be impacted by chemical components, but it is still a very important direction, more scientific character. That's why it is in the competence of our Ministry of Education and Science. I would argue here once again, I think that the Ministry of Agriculture should be also in competence here. We control many educational institutions and where we conduct very important scientific researches in the sphere of climate agriculture. And we have a very clear goal that all our universities and institutes, including institutes named after Israel, must conduct special climate researches. And so one of our research activities is the volume of different emissions level according to different agriculture types, which we can observe in different Russian regions. And I think when the researches are finalized, we will obtain very interesting data as per CO2 emissions level. And as regards the fact that agriculture should make a part of different measures, national measures concerning emissions reductions, this practice exists already. Everything we talked about, we're thinking a lot about that, including NDCs, and we have a particular concrete results, but we take very careful position when we hear about the different new regulations, for example, about new accounting requirements for farmers. We do not support this new practice. And as you told us about the struggle against hunger, famine, let's provide relevant conditions for our farmers so they can provide food for everybody. That's, we will say, a very constructive approach. Dear colleagues, unfortunately, we have no more time available, but we have an expert from the carbon management regulation. Anastasia Sibur is present here. Just 2 minutes for you, Anastasia. What do you think about the results of different events which took place in Cali within COP16? What is the position of your colleagues and yourself? What were the results of this COP, CBD COP? Good day, dear colleagues. As we told earlier, COP16 was finished. About 30,000 people took part in this conference of parties, and many of them were representatives of businesses, because previously only last year 1,000 and previous time only some hundred people of representatives from companies took part. That means that business understand the importance by diversity issues. We cannot say that companies impact directly environment, and sometimes the impact is a negative one. But according to the work group of IPCC, CO2 increase is due to companies and industries activities in different regions, including Arctic region. And within COP16, we talk a lot about the connection between climate change and biodiversity loss. Our colleagues also pointed out that companies need to take a responsible approach to resources use. There was a very serious call on not destroying ecosystems. Please use in a very responsible way, water resources, soils, and other resources. And one point I liked a lot was a special call to work closely with the state authorities. Our colleagues told a lot that we need no more to wait for state initiatives, but we need to propose these initiatives to the authorities, and together with academia and educational institutions, we should create new projects. And another point, the scale of the company doesn't matter. Even small and medium enterprises should take part in climate agenda. Sometimes SMEs say that this is the task for large companies, but their scale is not important. Everybody should take a very responsible position as for resources use. Also, we talked about ecosystems restoration and the participation of companies in these processes is very important. We should provide special financing for that. Anastasia, thank you very much. I can see that many issues discussed in Cali were solved very quickly here within the framework of our panel discussion, because the representatives of businesses showed us how can we restore our ecosystems, how can we promote agricultural sector and promote climate agenda initiatives. They are ready to support your initiatives. So we are within all these principles, regulations, and I think we will do even quickly everything that was discussed within Cali COP. But we have another session. Please, dear colleagues, you can go on discussing these issues with our speakers if you are interested. Thank you very much for your participation.
Yes, it's okay. Екатерина.
One time, yes, once, yes, okay. And you had English speech.
Okay. We can check. You русский язык слышишь? Слышите?
Can you hear Russian language?
Добрый день.
Good day. Good day. Thank you very much. We can begin. Dear friends, we start our open dialogue, which is dedicated to food security and indigenous peoples in the context of climate change. We began with a delay, so I'd like to introduce to you our speakers. Elias Sakao, representative of the organization Partners for Perfecting Systems of Indigenous Peoples from Kenya. Thank you for joining us. Edward Yungat, president of Small Numbered Peoples Association of the North, and also president of the committee of Association of Yamal-Nenets Autonomous District on the issues of small numbered peoples of the North. Also, Andrei Ivanovich Metelitsa, president of Association of Small Numbered Peoples of the North of Kamchatsky Krai. Anna Ivanova, president of the Association of Small Numbered Indigenous Peoples of Taimyr, and also representative of small numbered indigenous peoples of the north of Krasnoyarsky region. Also, we expect also the counselor for indigenous issues, and also we will have with us other representatives. And first of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Sakao, what threat is the climate change for food security systems and food sovereignty, which is important for indigenous peoples in Kenya and in Africa? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, in food sovereignty in Africa, and particularly in Kenya, where I come from, is in threat. And it's maybe possibly before I look at the threats, I just want to appreciate the level of hardness that there is in, building our own food systems. For example, for the community that I come from, which is a traditional Maasai community, which is a pastoral community, building a herd of cattle is intergenerational. It's not something that you wake up and tomorrow you have. It takes generations on to, So for example, and part embedded in our own traditions, for example, food reciprocity within our own cultures and within the traditional Maasai system of society. But not just food reciprocity, we also have reciprocity to nature. The fact that we extract our foods from nature, but also we extract not to harm nature, but in return, we take care of times to talk to trees before components or whatever we are taking. You look at a tree and tell them, I'm sorry, I have to take you or use and not, yeah. So some of the threats that we are facing in Kenya, for example, is we have policies that are being implemented that are threatening our food systems. For example, in Kenya recently, a few bills have been, 3 bills in particular, are a threat to indigenous food systems. For example, we have a bill on green grams, So they call it a bill on, what do you call it? The mug beans, yeah, they call it the mug beans. So this bill essentially says you cannot grow mug beans unless you have a license from the national government. And this is like a traditional source of food for indigenous people. So it's taking our own sovereignty from there. We have a livestock bill, which is the national, in the livestock, you need to, have or create your own breeding bulls, breeding rams. You need to have a certificate for the same. And we also have another bill still on Parliament, just to regulate food and food sovereignty, that says for you to practice agriculture, you must be a registered government and have gone to institute. It's going to be established by government and have a certificate. So what happens to indigenous knowledge? Is it not professional knowledge? Is it not a threat to food sovereignty? So yeah, in a nutshell, those are the threats that we feel are there, especially on the policies, but also the restriction. For example, our president just the other day announced that the government is going to pay for the vaccination of all livestock in Kenya fully. But the question we were asking is, what are you vaccinating against? And there is no answer about the disease they're vaccinating. But again, you look at the backdrop. This was announced just after Bill Gates announced that they have a drug that they can, inject on ruminant animals to reduce their production of methane to the climate. But we need consultations in this. So our cattle, our goats, sheep, our food system, and we feel, and agriculture, our grains, our seeds, we feel they are threatened. Yes, thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Вы описывали такое традиционное отношение к окружающей среде и даже...
You told us about your traditional relationship with the environment and your spiritual practices, which we also have in Russia. And nomadic people in Africa. After that, we will talk about other nomadic peoples, Nenets people in Russia. And our next speaker is a representative of a region where they have the biggest numbers of domesticated reindeers. There is a tradition. You do not ask a reindeer herder how much reindeers you have. It's like asking how much money you have in the bank. Please tell us about food systems of indigenous peoples of Yamal. Good day. Starting my speech, I'd like to thank the previous speaker, because virtually our indigenous peoples in the north, analogically, from generation into generation, are active in the field of animal husbandry, of cattle breeding, and they pass their knowledge to the next generations. And our traditional way of life is still being preserved. And Russia is one of the few countries where traditional way of life is being preserved, and we are discussing issues of its development. in the future, so that our young generations have the possibility to preserve, to lead this way of life. As was said before, there are the biggest numbers of reindeers in Yamal, about 500,000, and it is improper to ask reindeer herders about the number of the reindeers. That's why we say approximately 500,000. If we talk about the food security of indigenous peoples, our indigenous peoples, we need to pay attention to what our reindeers eat. We have a calendar of our nutrition. I'm talking not only about Nenets people, we also have Komi people and Khanty people who also breed reindeers. And because of climate conditions, reindeer herding is equal, it's the same for our peoples. And let's start with spring. When birds come after a long winter, our reindeer herders cannot fully expect that they will eat the meat of reindeers. That's why they also hunt, another traditional activity. In the conditions of our Russian state, we had some legislative changes which are related to buying and using firearms. And in our territory in Yamal, every indigenous person has the right to hunt without a license on the territory of almost all of our autonomous region, except for cities and villages. Further, after spring, the summer comes, the reindeers gain in weight, the ice disappears from lakes and rivers, we can fish, and in autumn we can slay many reindeers to stock meat. We slay reindeers at special facilities, and we can sell the meat and use the money for our other necessities. So during all the year, the nutrition regime changes from season to season. If we talk about Arctic component, our North people, which live, let's say, closer to nature, all the climate changes are sharply felt in the traditional way of life and traditional activities, and it is also connected with relocation of our people from time to time. And that said, state tries to cooperate with our peoples, and in places of our relocation, there are conditions for our reindeer herders, conditions created for them to purchase some basic goods, to purchase what they need, some articles, some things, because they cannot leave their herds for a long time. That's why these facilities for purchasing are created closer to the places where our reindeer herders live. If we talk about the part of our indigenous peoples which live in small northern villages, here we can say that at the regional level, there are our authorities during some time period, they supply a range of goods to our villages. And all that, bearing all that in mind, we understand that in future, most probably conditions will appear when we will have to change our traditional way of life, maybe to change our system of nutrition. And approximately a decision has been made to conduct scientific studies in the near future connected with climate change and its impact on our indigenous peoples, to take some preventive measures to avoid suffering of our peoples. Thank you. We all know that the basis for traditional nutrition of indigenous peoples is our products from hunting, fishing, and collecting berries and meat of reindeers. And we understand that this way of nutrition is connected with access to lands and natural resources, and it is connected with regulations. Please tell us about this, your vision of this issue. Thank you very much for the opportunity to take part in this vital session and to express my view. We are, as every people on the planet, we are part of the living nature, and including small-numbered indigenous peoples of the north and the east, we are the first to feel the consequences of the climate change, and these changes impact our way of life and our food systems and the ways we get the food for ourselves. Last years there have been significant changes not only in the temperatures but also in the periods of when those natural phenomena come. Our hunters noticed that natural phenomena changed, their time changed for a month and a half. That's why ice appears at a different time on the rivers and lakes and disappears at different times. The areas of the habitats of birds and animals change. The vegetation of berries and plants, this period also changes, and some varieties of these berries, taking into account the shortness of our summer, and these berries are 70 times more nutritious for us than berries from our regions, and these are key components in our nutrition. And for us, what is important for us is a prompt approach to establish rules for hunting, for picking berries and fruits found in nature. And such changes are needed to be made. They need to be made taking into account the views of indigenous peoples based on the experience of generations. We think that in our region we have a good practice of interaction with authorities, with some leading industrial companies, which modify their corporate rules so that the employees do not have the right to hunt on the territories, on indigenous territories where these companies are present. And in such situations, we think that the government support must be focused on establishing partnerships and creating support mechanisms for indigenous peoples, which would allow to promptly react to the changing situations under the influence of climate change. And we have examples of such practice. For example, the population of savage North reindeer in our territory, this population suffers changes, their numbers drop. So we need to inventory of this population, but methodologies of this inventory are outdated, and we think that these methodologies must be supplemented by components of taking into account climate change and take into account the traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples, which must be included in such reports. We think that the food which we use for us is at the stage of popularization. Not only our peoples use these types of food, but also the city populations which seek a healthy way of life also use such food products. And sometimes seeking more revenues, other stakeholders violate our traditions, because we try to hunt, to take from nature only the necessary amount of resources, and the situation created by other stakeholders forces us to take measures to protect our way of life. And of course, food security is a vital topic for us, and climate change are, of course, impacting our food security. And that's all from me. Thank you very much, Viktor Nikolaevich, for your speech. From Russian Siberia, we will move to the Far East. Andrei Mikhailovich Metelitsa. First of all, let me congratulate you with your new position. Recently, you became part of Society Council for Fishery. I think your work will be productive in this field. Please tell us, in the context of climate change, how the food security is changing, how you see this situation. Thank you very much, Antonina, for your congratulations. Our region is famous for its biggest fish output in our country, but anyway, we are seeing the climate change. In the past, our ancestors had better conditions for fishing and a better temperature regime. But I'd like to tell you about the beginning of the process of nature use. It begins with collegial bodies existing in the Russian Federation. There are commissions which regulate the amounts of fishing for different species of fish. And previously, we talked about similar problems in Canada, And our colleagues told us that they take part in the work on such commissions in Canada, but they have no right to vote. Unlike them, we have the right to vote in Russia. And me, as a member of commission, I may attach my special opinion on some contentious issues, and journalists can use this information for publications to tell the population that indigenous peoples have some problems, and also there are 5 colleagues which work in the commission about fishing on the Far East. But we also need to create our expert communities and take part in the assessment not only of the process of fishing, but together with scientists to develop strategies for sharing our knowledge which has been accumulated during thousands of years. We know the situation in our rivers, which were full of fish before, but now the fish is scarce in the rivers because of the errors in nature resources use. Unlike us, indigenous peoples, and we may be able to tell business how to better interact with Mother Nature. And also touching upon food security, 3 years ago, we took part in International Forum on Fishing, and that year was, according to the UN, the year of homemade fishing, and we called it small-scale fishing. And we also discussed the issues related with amateur fishing. It's a kind of private fishing aimed at satisfying the needs of separate persons. But we'd like to see the indigenous peoples taking active part in policies in the fishing field. And we could take our responsibility for different issues in this on this market. Our community are not big industrial producers. We could take care of our members, our indigenous peoples, and to create conditions for fishing, for storing fish, for transporting it. We could create jobs for our indigenous representatives. I think the future of indigenous peoples in providing food security, their role is very important because we are able to produce healthy products. Thank you very much, Andrei Mikhailovich. I see that you have the understanding how to develop this sector, fishing sector, on the Far East. Alena Eduardovna, my next question is for you. Taimyr is a municipal district with a special status. There are 5 small-numbered indigenous peoples, about 10,000 persons, and it's a third of the region population, and which has its difficulties with infrastructure, with climate conditions, and to what point can we say that there are possibilities for developing traditional activities? I'd like to greet everyone. Yes, I represent the Russian Arctic. Now the Arctic is being intensively developed, explored. On our territory, there are indigenous peoples, reindeer herders. We live close to our huge Yenisei River, where we fish ecologically healthy species of fish, and regardless of the intensive exploration and development of Arctic, the traditional activities must be developed, because this is the way of life of our indigenous peoples, our ancestors, and we believe in its development. But we need state-private partnerships. We need state orders for such ecological products. We have huge territories, huge grazing lands, but the reindeer herders, which are taking care of the reindeers, they're also searching for ways to sell their products, their goods, and it creates certain difficulties. As you said, Antonina, the logistics are difficult to organize in such remote regions, so state has to provide state orders for our goods, and that's this way we could scale up our activity and work also in the neighboring regions. And in our territories, there are users of hydropower who are also present on our territories, our grazing lands. They must also invest in our industry, our reindeer herding industry. It's a special way of activity. As our brother from Kenya said, they speak with trees. Our indigenous peoples also have special relations with the nature. We try to take only what we need for ourselves, for our life, living and development. So, as I said, our traditional economic activity must be developed further. This way we could preserve ourselves as indigenous peoples, and we can preserve our family values, our culture, traditions. So that's why I hope that the state will take all the necessary steps to help us in our harsh conditions, and will help us to preserve our traditional economical activity, and will contribute to its thriving, even in the conditions of climate change, so that we provide food security. Yes, thank you very much. We have examples of state orders for indigenous production, including reindeer's meat, and there are purchases for different schools which can sustain them during their study processes. And it concerns not only fishing and reindeer herding. It concerns also picking berries and other fruits found in nature. It's not a resource-intensive support measure, but it will allow us to reinforce our interaction. I think that the best traditional recipe is prepared by Alina Eduardovna. When I visit some restaurants, I understand that. And we have also a representative of FAO who recorded a video for us. Dear participants of the session, dear friends, on behalf of FAO, I thank you for the opportunity to take part in this discussion. This year, FAO celebrates its 79th anniversary. During all this period, we work with state and non-state actors in every country to eradicate hunger and to provide food security for everyone. Climate change leads to the increase in natural disasters such as typhoons, tsunamis, floods, and there are almost 750 million peoples in the world who suffer from hunger. And because of the epidemic, we were thrown back to our previous state of 2010. But FAO works on developing sustainable food systems who would be able to provide stable food products output. And according to FAO data, the certain agriculture sectors produce about 30% of emissions of greenhouse gases. And this problem is also related with the problem of land degradation, which hampers the ability of humans to produce more food for everyone. And on the front line of these changes and problems are indigenous peoples and local fishermen. Indigenous peoples and family farms play a key role in overcoming negative consequences of climate change. For a food policy to be productive and effective, it needs to take into account all the aspects, including the discrimination faced by different groups of population, including women, children, and girls, and in general, indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples are today the keepers of about 80% of the existing biodiversity. And their practices allow us to preserve and to replenish Earth's resources. The indigenous youth now has all the digital and information potential, which allows them to scale up their traditional knowledge, their ancestor way of life, and to build to make their way of life even more sustainable. But we need partnership, more partnership with indigenous peoples, taking into account all of their rights, including the right for previous informed and free decision, consent. And we need more inclusivity and more work to make our agriculture systems and food systems more sustainable, which will lead to the improvements in the state of the environment. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое за подключение.
Thank you very much for having been with us. We go to our next speaker. In Russian legislation, there is a provision about the support of traditional lifestyle and traditional territories of indigenous peoples, indigenous peoples. So the next speaker Ombudsman for Indigenous Peoples' Rights, has the floor. Thank you, Antonina. You told very rightly as regards the main object in Russian legislation. Yes, of course, the protection of traditional lifestyle, traditional territories of indigenous peoples is the main object of Russian legislation in this respect. This means that beneficial environment and good access to bioresources is very important for Russian legislation. And this is the baseline to promote indigenous people's rights. The state understands very keenly how we can solve the task of sustainable development for indigenous peoples. Perhaps that allowed indigenous peoples to develop further and to live ideally for the last 100 years. Some indigenous peoples made a part of Russian state some hundreds of years ago, and these peoples are still present on our territory. They are the lifestyle and languages holders, and they have the same very strict connection, a very tight connection with the nature and their lifestyle. And the traditional environment, protection of indigenous peoples is registered in federal and national Russian authorities and legislation. And their legal status recognition is a very high one. They can be protected legally because the main problem for indigenous peoples remains their legal recognition in many regions of the world, and the legal recognition at the level of constitution is a progress unattainable for many countries, unfortunately. As regards indigenous people's roles, we have here representatives of many organizations who told us that indigenous people's lifestyle protection means the environment and the state of their biological resources. And here I would like to point out that not only their life systems should be protected, but they should protect themselves, their identity, their view of the world, because only when they have access to their traditional economic activities, when they have connection with their traditional lands, only then their culture and languages can be preserved. And the systems of life protection are the same as they were many hundreds of years ago. They depend on their environment. They have no alternatives. That's why Russian legislation promotes indigenous people's rights not only at the level of the constitution, but at the level of different sectors. These are so-called guarantees of indigenous people's rights protection. One of the most important issues is how to develop mechanisms and instruments when these indigenous people's rights can be implemented in real life. This is a common problem for many countries, but we're glad to see progress in this sphere. I would like to cite a few examples of what we do now on behalf of governmental structures. And at the same time, we would like to show our progress. Today, we are discussing national strategies of Russian Federation in the sphere of preservation and the use of bioresources and the developing of work plans. Here, we adhere to our international engagements as regards the CBD and also different climate conventions. This is a project, but as of today, it was declared and 5 national objectives are directly connected with the protection of traditional environment and rights of indigenous peoples of the Russian Federation. The first national objective is to create conditions to protect biodiversity in Russia by creating a network of territories which will have a special status, allowing them to protect traditional environment and territories of indigenous peoples and to preserve biodiversity. I think that our country in this direction is the leader today, because only to preserve the interests of indigenous peoples some 9 million square kilometers of traditional territories of indigenous peoples were recognized at the federal level, and thus we can achieve our main objective according to CBD, that by 2030 no less than 30% of our territories can be assigned to conservation projects so that we can preserve biodiversity there. But we already created in Russian Federation for the traditional territories of indigenous peoples, we have already achieved this goal. So today the goal is a bit different, how we can assure legal status of such territories. And this is our prerogative as a legal state, as a state of law, because we heard a lot here about legal priorities in climate agenda implementation and biodiversity preservation. The next national goal relates to the promotion of guarantees and rights of small-numbered indigenous peoples to control bioresources and their use and circulation. And in this context, we can say the same thing as Andrei referred to. Today, indigenous peoples take part in the distribution of hunting water resources in our country, having their direct representatives in decision-making bodies. Nature use is also part of this process at the level of federal legislation. It's been recognized. In some regions, there are problems as regards legal practice, but this situation can be changed. From time to time, there can be certain problems, but we need certain conditions. The next goal is the sustainable use of biological resources according to traditional practices of small-numbered indigenous peoples and other practices which are beneficial to biodiversity. This is our national objective, which was foreseen in our national plans. This is draft. I highlight this fact. We are going to conduct consultations, of course. Here, I would like to point out that federal legislation defined special norms, regulations according to traditional practices of indigenous peoples and their practices of nature use. It is quite difficult to search and find a particular mechanism. We all understand that indigenous peoples are traditional knowledge holders. As it was told today, they know when to start their fishing or hunting, but sometimes they cannot understand when scientists would like to ask them, how can we organize these nature processes? They say it when plants begin to bloom because sometimes we speak different languages. As I say, when rose hip begins to bloom. But sometimes we need to find special mechanism when we can decipher indigenous people's knowledge so that they can be understandable for our officials. We need to create new spaces for conducting consultations, and it's very important for indigenous people to be part of such negotiations. Sometimes it is hard to attain these goals without state support. So I would say that our participation at COP is very important because that would raise awareness of indigenous peoples and show them what's going on in the world, and to allow them to understand how they can popularize in a better way their traditional knowledges and to make them achievable and understandable for state authorities. And one more goal from our national plans is the promotion of citizens' rights, including indigenous peoples and the civil societies, associations, as regards their participation in different processes aimed at biodiversity conservation. Our delegation from Russian Federation is present at this COP, and indigenous peoples take part in this delegation. So I told about what we are doing now, and as a result, I can finalize. If we wish to assure priorities for anthropogenic approach in climate agenda implementation, the Russian Federation perhaps is likely to defend and to strengthen its leadership positions, having such a benefit as its small numbers, indigenous peoples who preserved them during many thousands of years within the borders of our state, despite many other states. They preserved their knowledge, their identity, and in this relation, we must say about truth. We must talk about truth towards indigenous peoples on behalf of state authorities, on behalf of scientists, academia related with the climate agenda. And in this situation, we can achieve common progress in achieving climate agenda and biodiversity goals. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergei Nikolaevich. I would remind that we very often speak different languages with our representatives from Ross Fishing Agency, but we hope that more progress will be made in this relation. Yes, we depend on our environment and we depend on our forestry and fishing products. And the indigenous peoples are on the front line of climate changes. We talk a lot about that within this COP, at different other conferences. We talk about that within the framework of biodiversity agenda. And I think that traditional foods and products are very important for health preservation. As my mommy told me, no oranges will give you the same vitamins as the raw reindeer liver. It's very important, especially for the conditions of Arctic regions, very cold regions, polar regions, where we need to have a food balance. And it's important for the health of indigenous people, even at their genetic level, inheritance level, and take into account reindeer herders who have no access to supermarket goods, and for them, the traditional products, foods are very important, vital. Thank you very much. We're conducting open dialogue. I would like to direct myself to our audience. Perhaps you have any comments, questions, please, you have the floor. Alexey Vasilyevich, please. Dear friends, thank you very much. Dear participants, for that rich discussion dedicated to our vital topic, and the fact that we have the representatives of so many social, cultural regions is the evidence that this question is very important. And in continuation of what was told by Mr. Timoshkov, that we must increase the truth on behalf of academia and the state, I should add that we should increase the truth on behalf of indigenous peoples towards our bodies and authorities, because sometimes there are no contacts, sometimes we can observe parallel activities, sometimes their knowledge are being research studied, but we need interaction, contacts. So we need such both and interaction, or even triple ends interaction, scientists, state, and indigenous peoples. And indigenous people should not wait for the goodwill of other stakeholders. They should be process owners and present their own initiatives which would promote in the best way their rights. I think it is done during the recent years in Russia by indigenous peoples, and in Moscow a training session was held as regards interaction between business and indigenous peoples, and we heard a lot about the role of business in the preservation of food systems. I think it's important to point out that at that Moscow training session, a series of declarations and researches were discussed, and with the support of the Global Compact Network, Russia was conducting a special research interaction between business and the indigenous peoples of Russia using human rights approach, and those interested can take notice and familiarize themselves with this research. You can borrow flyer, and using a special QR code, you can download our research in Russian and English languages. And at the end, we propose to create an independent expert mechanism which would allow to conduct regular monitoring of interaction between indigenous peoples and business, and to empower indigenous peoples and to promote different practices existing in different regions. It would be very important to promote such initiatives. This initiative was created by indigenous peoples themselves, and I think that we have a high potential in this direction. For example, in Taimyr Peninsula, we have special practices when industrial companies cooperate with indigenous peoples associations, for example, to reinstall, reconstruct, renew reindeer herding. Today, certain researches were conducted if we can renew reindeer herding there, and the same refers to the renewal of fish species in different rivers and lakes. That's all possible only on the condition that we will have interaction between companies and indigenous peoples. We need to preserve traditional knowledge which could be used for food systems preservation. Thank you, Alexey Vasilyevich. And I would add that reindeer herding is not only ethnic industry, but reindeer is a source of house settlement, food, and it's even the source to preserve our language, because when we preserve reindeer herding, we can preserve our traditional lifestyle and our language. Any other comments or questions from our audience, please? You have the floor. Thank you very much. And coming back to our speakers, please, 1-2 minutes of your final words, for your final words. Everyone, please.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, so I'll be very brief. But before my final remarks, I just wanted to highlight another case that is a threat to indigenous people's food sovereignty. The case in Kenya is something that is in the public domain knowledge. Is about the red Maasai sheep. This is a breed of sheep that has been developed by the Maasai over millennial and bred specifically to be able to withstand the harsh conditions of the semi-arid and arid areas where we live as pastoral communities. And one of the characteristics of this sheep that is unique is that it has developed resistance to worms, you know. And some people came and they discovered this kind of sheep and they exported the sheep to Australia. And then they were in the process of patenting this sheep, you know, saying that this is their own discovery, their own making and everything. So luckily, in the process of them trying to patent this indigenous knowledge, Kenya got aware and the Maasai got aware and a case was launched in court, and lucky enough, they were not able to patent the knowledge. So that's what I was trying to say, that indigenous knowledge or indigenous food system knowledge is also being, you know, is taken away, being stolen, and we should protect that. Finally, in my closing remarks is I would want to give a way forward or suggest a way forward for, you know, how we can secure our own food system and food sovereignty. And one of the ways that we can do this is by, you know, self-determination. Let indigenous people determine their own food sovereignty. Let them decide their own diversification of their food systems, and let's not force things on them, you know. Let's diversify our seeds, let's diversify our breeds, let's diversify our, you know, agricultural activities within our own means and our own. Secondly, is we should avoid monoculture, for example. The practice of, you know, doing one crop over and over again. But in us avoiding the monoculture aspect, should not be forced on us. It should be what works for us in respect to, you know, neighboring communities and our own sovereignty. The third one is we should have supporting mechanisms for the losses that we incur through climate change on our food systems, for example. If we have floods, if we have droughts, there should be support to support our own food system to recover as indigenous people. And lastly, is it in relation with the topic that was being discussed here, that indigenous people need the support to document this knowledge on indigenous foods. And the discussion that is always there is that, you know, traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge is not taken as scientific knowledge. But in the UN systems, indigenous knowledge has been recognized, you know, as equal to science. But in the academia, especially in our own universities, they fail to document this type of knowledge. You know, they still see it as backward and all that. So we really need the academia and governments to come in and try and document this thing so that it makes sense to those who don't see the sense in traditional knowledge and our own knowledge. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо. Спасибо, что вы
Thank you very much. Thank you for having joined us at our event. You have the floor. Very true, our dear speaker. You told us about documenting our knowledge. That's very, very true. I fully agree. But at the same time, the burden of this responsibility is referred to our academia. I would like to highlight the point that there is a necessity that those traditional knowledge be documented so that they can be protected. But at this, we need to involve the representatives of the indigenous peoples of the North. They are knowledge holders. And at the same time, they must be able, due to their education, to be part of this documenting process. At this, to finalize, to summarize our today's discussion, I would like to say that more events like this one are needed, and we must share experience from different world regions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Andrei Mikhailovich, you have the floor. I would be very short, and coming back to what was already said, I would like our business, state, and academia and indigenous peoples be gathered at one negotiating round table. We need to have more and more such spaces, and so that there can be mediators. And coming back to Kamchatka, a rose heap, I wish you all to have such rose heap and that it is in bloom all the time. Yes, my co-speakers told everything I wanted to say. The involvement of indigenous people with their knowledge is very important. That's why we will assure the food security not only for ourselves but for everybody. So such spaces, international conferences and Russian conferences are very important, and they have their positive results. So it should be recorded, strengthened and focused, and I think we will do everything very well like this. Thank you. I would like to wrap up what I've already told, and this is connected to the fact that climate change are not avoidable. We can only minimize these negative consequences, but for this, we must know how to adapt ourselves to this changing situation. We must preserve our nature, our natural resources, which is the baseline of our food security. We must produce good competitive products, foods, and we must have good prices, thus reducing the use of resources and increasing our well-being. So I think all these factors can be realized only by modernizing and involving youth. Thank you. I'm not afraid to repeat what was already said, because I will repeat my main thesis, main idea, because it's very important. Once again, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we need to increase truth of state and academia towards indigenous peoples. But of course, indigenous peoples, I fully agree, should also increase their truth towards researchers, institutions, universities, and state authorities. And here we heard already about the lack of truth on behalf of indigenous peoples towards climate initiatives, international mechanisms, because they can clearly see that all those technologies are needed only for a smooth climate transition, and they are artificial for developing countries, and that's terrifying. That's why I will increase once again my idea. We need to have truth towards indigenous peoples, their knowledge systems, and that will be as a starting point for our progress. And another idea, the main potential connected with the promotion of food security and sustainable development of indigenous peoples depends largely on the indigenous peoples, their activity, their active position, their initiatives, and their capacity to promote them. Their awareness about and their capacity to popularize their ideas, their needs, and their aspirations, so that the state and the educational institutions and research institutes can be fully aware of their needs. And if we cannot solve this problem, we will have no relevant progress. So we need to continue our consultations, dialogue, and we need more such spaces for our needs discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sergei Nikolaevich. Thank you, dear participants, for these final words. And I would like to add from my part, that you can follow this link and find final documents of 2 other training sessions which took place in Salikard and in other regions of Russia. In Salikard, different partner indigenous organizations took part, and their participation was dedicated, their work was dedicated to the work realized by the UN Special Rapporteur for Indigenous Peoples' Rights as regards nomadic peoples' situation. Perhaps it would be interesting for our colleagues from Africa and Asia. I would like to thank you all for your efforts and participation. It was a very open and transparent dialogue, and I think that our work at this climate conference takes its end. We did a lot. We discussed many aspects, starting from the interaction with business and our empowerment, food safety, and we had a special session dedicated to indigenous peoples. Perspectives within climate agenda. Our IP leaders took part in the work of a platform dedicated to these processes, including the representatives of youth. And I would like also to thank once again the Global Compact Network, Russia and Rosgidromet, for all their support of our participation within COP29. Thank you.
Коллеги, кто у нас
Dear colleagues,
онлайн?
who is online with us? We just can check who is present.
Спикер, молодец.
Yulia is our most important speaker. The logic is the following. We'd like to ask Tanya Lariona from Eurohim to bridge the discussions which took place before about food security, to bridge them into our discussion. It's important for us that Tanya summarizes the discussions. We are preparing for the speech.
Все сбежали на перерыв, и мы вот сейчас буквально ждем нашу еще иностранную гостью. Юль, спасибо большое. Анна Каталина нашлась.
Ой, прекрасно, я счастлива.
Да, она была очень хэппи, что ее пригласили, много хороших слов нам сказала. Сейчас она вот буквально отошла ненадолго и вернется.
Хорошо.
Вот, мы все подготовили. Нас просто здесь остается трое в оффлайне, как бы я и Татьяна и Анна Каталина. Вы все онлайн. Мы сейчас буквально, поскольку, видите, предыдущая сессия чуть-чуть задержалась, было много коренных народов, они прощались тепло, фотографировались на площадке все. Вот с Натальей Дарпека мы немножко пока вот их проводили и освободили пространство, чуть-чуть задержались. Поэтому давайте минуты 2-3 и будем выступать. Важно, чтобы мы выступали не сами перед собой, а вот чтобы люди к нам вернулись. Сейчас это организуют. Спасибо.
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 Мы можем и так. Это ж понятно, что мы можем и так. Но мы ждем заглавных спикеров.
Выглядит шизофренично.
Абсолютно, ты знаешь, я уже на грани.
На пятый день копа уже решила сама рассказывать.
Сесть и сама с собой поговорить. Просто вот эти две девушки, они скажут, что мы прям вот на секунду сейчас отойдем и вернемся. Нет ни одной, ни второй. А онлайн у нас много. Да, мы все ждем.
А что ты ведешь? Что ты ведешь сейчас?
Я модерирую, да, для фудшеринга. Да, фудбанкинг, фудшеринг. Никита, ты можешь Таню набрать Лариону хотя бы? Попросить ее прям очень настойчиво вернуться на стенд. Мы как так построили сессию в зависимости от ее участия. И что
Мы можем начать?
либо звонок. Can you help, please? Добрый вечер, уважаемые коллеги. Мы продолжаем.
Good evening, dear colleagues. We continue our work of the Russian Pavilion at the Climate Summit of the UN. It's the 5th day. In the morning, we discussed problems of energy transition and technologically smart social solutions for those problems and challenges which are connected with this transition to make it more just. And the afternoon had sessions dedicated to problems of food security. Can you hear me? I hear in my headsets. You need to have your headsets on to hear everything. It works this way. You can switch between languages. And accordingly, for us to open our discussion, which is connected more with food banking, food sharing, in providing food security, we can enlarge the scale for the discussion to make a bridge between the sessions. I'd like to ask Tatiana Larionova, the director of the Department of Corporate Policy of the company Evrohim, and also secretary to the Committee on Climate Policy of the Russian Union of Industrial Workers and Entrepreneurs. I'd like to summarize the food security topic, to present what colleagues say, and to lead us to our current topic. Thank you very much. Good evening, colleagues. It's a very important topic, yes, and we discussed a lot how important, how vital, urgent this problem is about providing food security and the impact of climate change on it. First of all, even today, we face 9% of the world population face the problem of hunger, and in recent years their number increases. Of course, it's related with the general situation in the world and logistic aspects and financial aspects. 3 years ago, there were less people in hunger, only 7% of the world population, but now the dynamics are sad. And unfortunately, this dynamic may become even more deplorable if we don't take measures, because the climate change severely impacts food production, and also droughts play their role. Droughts provoked by climate change and floods, all of this reduces possibilities to sustainably produce food. And consequently, another influence is the growing population on the planet. And if production in agriculture will follow its way without some modifications, without raising intensiveness of production, we will lose many natural resources and the areas which could be used for food production. And even today, half of land suitable for living are used for agriculture. And we have been discussing the possible measures in this area. On the one hand, to mitigate climate change impact on agriculture, and on the other hand, to prevent the destructive effect from the processes which are related with production. Participants suggested different solutions. We discussed what can be done in Russia, and in reality, much work is being done already. And the representative of the Ministry of Agriculture presented the positive results of emission reduction in the last decades because much attention is paid to this sector. But now we'd like to discuss more global things which can be improved by business and so civil society and states. First of all, we are talking about incentive mechanisms and financing measures which allow us to reduce emissions and land degradation. First of all, it's carbon units market. From our position, what we do in the climate agenda. And accordingly, the effects which could be produced within climate project in agriculture can be monetized by selling carbon units and also processes and money gained by reducing emissions can be brought back to the farmers. And also a more careful land use to preserve soil carbon. It's work with rests of the plants, their processing, and using different approaches without emission of additional greenhouse gases, and also smart control of fertilizers application. It allows us to reduce the area of lands needed to produce food, to preserve forests, other ecosystems, to protect them from destruction and using for agriculture. And secondly, farmers can begin to use their lands in a more smart way to apply fertilizers in the areas needed, and it also helps reduce emissions. And our company, in particular, Eurochem, gives consultative and scientific support to farmers to help them reduce emissions from using fertilizers. And at the national level, today in different jurisdictions, we have programs focused on activization of such measures in land use. First of all, it's Australia, which has a big complex program about using carbon units from such projects and getting different preferences and reductions. And we are still working for the moment at which the Article 6 of Paris Agreement will be fully effective, functional. There are discussions about it and different arguments, but when carbon units market will be functional at the global level, it will be a huge source of additional investment, financing. It will be very relevant for African countries where the problem of hunger is very urgent and they cannot afford themselves some technologies for modern land use, and they just use more and more new areas for agriculture. And frankly speaking, we did not talk about food sharing today, and yes, we plan to touch upon that today. And it's a vital way to reduce the impact of food production on ecosystems, on climate system. And that's why I think it's a correct topic to be discussed. And I think today we will hear about the possible effects of such activity. And this topic is not yet widely known, so we'd like to hear about practices, possible practices. Thank you, Tatiana. I think it's vital for mineral fertilizers producers and food producers, when they take incredible measures to provide the necessary level of harvest. And also to produce the relevant food output. Before we were talking about losses, we were saying that it's bad, but we see now that they are related to connected with climate change. Before talking about food sharing and food banking, I'd like to ask our colleague Sergei Kudryashov, who represents Fosagra, mineral fertilizers producer. Good evening, Sergei. You will soon be here in Baku, and we will go back to Moscow. What is your position of your company? How far do you look into the future when we talk about climate change effects? Do you concentrate your efforts on climate policy at the level of your operational activity? Do you think about raising the effectiveness of agriculture? Good day, colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to make a speech in this as a distance from Moscow. For the second time, Fosagra will come to this climate summit, where key issues are being discussed related with climate change, and these discussions are based on SDGs, UN SDGs. If we look at the Fosagra company position about the climate agenda, we have two factors. On the one hand, we look at our impact on the climate, and also we look how climate impacts our suppliers and our consumers. We understand the situation about suppliers, we know their situation, we can influence the carbon footprints of the production, but about our consumers, it's important to understand the significant climate risk, because if we make goods which do not contribute to making production which will be interesting for end consumers, we will be just losing our market share. That's why we we pay much attention to research and development, and to reduce the carbon footprint of the end of the final goods, and also to help agriculture to get more ready for further climate change. And we work with farmers about a smart land use, when the farmer knows exactly what crops they will raise in this process. And also we are talking about low carbon technologies in agriculture, and it also helps us reduce costs in agricultural activities. And also we are dealing with issues related with Global South. We are teaching our colleagues to use fertilizers smartly for appropriate crops at the appropriate time, not to overuse and to limit the environmental impact. When we, for example, use too much fertilizers, which is not needed, the plants are not able to absorb it. A few years ago, with several institutes of water use, we were talking about problems of electrifying water dams and about electrifying water bodies because water pollution entails proliferation of algae, and this entails the death of fish. And it is related also with climate change, but we work with farmers so they understand the situation, the risks, the threats for the environment, and knowledge is key in this process. We launched an online course in Russian, Portuguese, and English, and any farmer can take this course from any device to listen to the lectures from leading world experts. It's Nobel laureates, it's Russian institutes, Brazil scientists, and farmers can listen about the experience gained in other countries and to see how fertilizers are being used and what is needed from the point of view of selection and using some wild species of plants. Tatiana rightly observed that so many millions in the world are on the verge of hunger. If we use the UN data, it's about 750 million people, but in reality the figure is considerably bigger. We conducted a study in our company, and we paid out attention to the fact that attention is being paid to the extreme hunger, but there is a notion such as malnutrition. When people eat their food is scarce, and as a result, they have it entails diseases connected with not eating enough. And one of the solution is food sharing, because there is enough food being produced. But the developed countries with a high level of consuming, they consume a lot of food, but they throw a lot of food in the trash cans. But it also influences the level of GHG emissions, because food is organic. And as a result, we have more emissions. But Sergey, we can dispute this trend of being passionate about long periods of best before for food products. Now people want pharma product, bioproduct. But we know where such products finish their way. And in conclusion, I'd like to say, Tatiana also told about this. It's Eric Soils projects from FAO focused on low carbon practices of land use by farmers, and so that carbon stays in the soil. And the stocks of carbon in agricultural lands are huge, but sometimes big amounts of this CO2 is being lost and released into the atmosphere. By using this project and new technologies, we will be able to increase the agricultural land yield and to protect them from temperature fluctuations, from droughts. We will announce also this project at COP. We will see you personally. Thank you for your announcement. I will, with pleasure, give the floor to Anna-Katalin Suarez-Piña, which is Strategic Director for Innovations at the global level, in the Global Food Banking Network.
Actually, this is the last session of today, and as we discussed, it's all about the second half of the day, about food security systems and how we can. Are you switching? You probably have to push. Yeah, sorry guys. So actually, the question which I want to ask you is about food banking role in the climate, because I do suppose you are not the first day in the COP29 today. What were the main discussions around food banking on other platforms probably, which is quite important for us as well to be on the same page. And in terms of food banking in our part of the world, you know, given all the challenges we are just taking in terms of the food security, what is your view of the role of food banking in climate and food security?
Hi, thank you very much for being here. I imagine that everyone is feeling the jet lag and tiredness at this time. I am from Colombia, then I am 9 hours ahead. My family is saying that I am in the future, then I think I am in the future. But I imagine that being in the future, things looks good. We believe that today, for first time, the COP presidency decide to have a waste declaration. And today, what we have in the Global Methane Pledge, the first commitment about waste declaration and organic waste declaration. And that this is very important, as you have been, my other colleagues have been speaking about that. Then the first one, I think having some figures is really good to understand about what we are speaking when we are speaking about food loss and waste. Let me say that food loss and waste is a triple problem. The first one is we are losing 50% of food that is produced for human consumption is lost or waste across the supply chain. That means we are having losses before. That means in the agriculture sector, in the manufacturer sector, and we are having waste in the manufacturer, in the retailer sector, in the hospitality sector, including restaurants and hotels. 30%. Just to imagine the amount, according with the FAO numbers and figures, if we just avoid 25% of the food that we are losing and wasting, we can feed 100 million people that is facing hunger. That means with just 25% of the total food that we are losing and wasting, we can feed people, the people that is facing hunger, as we have been speaking. The second one is, according with the Global Methane Pledge and according with the UNEP and United Nations in general, 8 to 10% of the total emissions CO2 equivalent are coming from food loss and waste, 8 to 10%. And on the methane side, that I think is very important, having today the Global Methane Hub, Global Methane Pledge ministerial meeting happening, around 20% of the total methane emissions are coming from waste. Then food loss and waste is creating a really important amount of emissions. And last one, of course, is having people feeling hunger, passing hunger in this moment, wasting 30% of the food is a real and huge and important problem. Then let me just say that what the food bank does, what the food banking does, that we call recovering and redistribution food. That means we work in the supply chain, convincing all the companies and producers from the agriculture sector until the hospitality to the food that they couldn't sell. The surplus food can be delivered to the food banks, and food banks can serve people with that food. I'm speaking about food that is following really food safety high standards. We are not receiving food that is not for human consumption. We are receiving any edible food. Then last year, the Global Food Banking Network, that is the organization that I represent, work in 56 countries across the globe. The majority of them are in the Global South, Latin America, Asia Pacific, and Africa. Those 56 countries deliver more or less 654 million of kilograms to people in need. 400 million kilograms was food that we recovered. That means food that we prevented to be wasted. And this is a huge number that is allowing us to say that today the food banks in 2023 avoided 1.8 million kilograms of CO2 equivalent tons to be emitted. At the end, all the work that we did that allow us to provide edible food, food that is following food safety standards, food that was enriching and ensuring the access to healthy food to the people that we were serving, we served 41 million people in need across the world. And this is huge, it's becoming very important. And I think there is something that the GFN, the organization, is putting on the table, is the interconnection between climate and people. It's for that we are speaking not just about climate, we are not just speaking about mitigation and the amount of methane emissions that we can avoid, and of course, the greenhouse emissions that we can avoid. We are speaking about the people that we can serve, the people that we can feed with really edible and really good food, ensuring that we are talking about adaptation plans. Then we are not just speaking about mitigation, we are speaking about adaptation that with just one solution, avoid food loss and waste, we can tackle many problems that we are facing nowadays. GFN launched 2 months ago the FIRM methodology. That is a methodology that allows us 3 key elements. The first one is measure the climate impact of the work that we are doing, analyzing based on the data of the food that we recover, the methane emissions and the greenhouse gas emissions that the food banking model is avoiding. The second one that I think is very important is the call out to the methane. As you know, we have methane is 86 times in a period of 20 years more potent than CO2. Then working in methane and the work that is done by the Global Methane Pledge, by the United Nations with the Climate Cleaner Coalition, the Climate Task Force, the Global Methane Hub, is becoming more and more important to recognize that if we reduce the methane emissions, that is going to accelerate the reduction of the global warming of the greenhouse gas emissions. Then the methane point in the methodology is very important. And the third one that is, I will say that the most important one is we are feeding people. We are ensuring that people can access to food that in other way they cannot afford it. Then is the connection between climate and people, the connection between mitigation and adaptation plans is becoming more and more important. As I said, last year we served 41 million people that were facing hunger at the same time that we reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Well, I see, and thank you so much. That's kind of an impressive piece of work which you are sharing, and it's really a pleasure to hear that, you know, this big and growing sector is now more aware of itself, of its climate effect, and this effect obviously should be positive. It is positive, I believe, right?
Yes, Irina, and something that we just finished a panel in the Action Food Hub, and my call to action was we need to promote with the countries, and I would like to invite the Russia countries to sign the waste declaration from the COP29 presidency. And that is really important because it's including a bullet about food loss and waste, and it's including, we are saying, just super quickly, some figures. According with the numbers, 50% of the total waste is organic waste. And from that, the estimation is between 80 to 90% is food. Then if we don't have an agreement about that we need to reduce organic waste and we need to reduce food waste, and of course, diverting food waste from landfills to compost or feeding animals is important. It's more important to prevent food waste and ensure that the food that was produced for human consumption is really feeding people before feeding animals or diverted to compost.
Thank you, Anna Catalina, for being with us and really, bringing in this thought-provoking kind of ideas and the news about waste declaration. I definitely believe this is something really important because we are all about, we are thinking about circular economy and avoiding waste in all sorts of industries. So that's critical. I'm switching to Russian now, and we'll talk to Yulia, your colleague in Russia. Юлия Назарова сегодня с нами, наш заглавный ключевой.
Today, Yulia Nazarova is with us, our key speaker at this session. She is the president of a charitable fund, Rus, Foundation Rus. It's a food bank, Rus, and it's important for me to talk with Yulia not only about what Anna Catalina said. We know this traditional classic role of food banking in the redistribution of food, quality food, which is totally fit for human consumption. It's not garbage like many other people think, and it's the food which is within its time limit when it's fit for consumption. We were discussing problems of food banking before pandemics, but this year, while many regions, and including in Russia, when they feel climatic phenomena, disasters, floods, droughts, and floods, first of all, everyone understood that food banks has another interesting story. They created an infrastructure of effective redistribution of food in affected regions, and they compete with state services, which may not be as quick in such situations as food banks. And about it, we wanted to discuss it with Yulia today, and also about climate aspects. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear Irina, I'm very glad to see you all today. Yes, I will go back one step. We talked a lot about our resources, about food and elementary waste as a climate catastrophe and ecology catastrophe. They're responsible for 80% of GHG emissions. But I would like to draw your attention to the fact that, for example, to produce milk and meat, we need a lot of resources, much more than to produce other products, other foods. And ill use of these products is terrifying. Our cattle need a lot of grasslands, and that impacts negatively our agriculture. And going back to our systems, we have two challenging resources and consequences. What can we do in this relation? This is not a new topic. In the United States, this topic has been researched, and John Van Hangel, seeing food waste in massive scale, he decided to go to a social center, and he asked a mother and to ask her where are foods, and she told him in the bin. And he made agreement with certain food producers who decided to give a lot of products to food banks. And since then, we have great food banks, and I'm very glad to see my colleague. We have now Global Food Bank. We have European Association of Food Banks, and this expertise can help us greatly, Irina, and this allows us to resolve systemic emergency issues. When there is such necessity in such or such region because such issues emerge on everyday basis, and we train our volunteer employees, workers who are many to join us. This refers to the acceptance, distribution, sorting out of our foods or different sets of products for example, those who suffered in such or such regions. I had my slides. We can ask our colleagues to show them. I think it will be more useful. I will pass to my topic of food sharing. Next slide, please. I will be very quick. Will say a few words about circular economy. Circular economy goals refer to creation of climate efficient processes. Sometimes we do not have clear understanding. The main objective of circular economy is not sorting out of wastes, but the prioritizing of resources. And within this hierarchy, we can focus certain frameworks which do not allow such or such foods to be waste, because in this way we will use less resources. So food sharing is about this topic. Food sharing concept is not related with such or such project activity. We do not have to understand companies that this is good, but we must create incentives. Now we have a line process, production and selling, but food sharing technology is connected with the production, selling and food sharing for those foods which were not sold for such or such reason, but they are very good. And if, according to the legislation, such or such foods cannot be sold anymore, then and only then we can throw it away. Next slide, please. So it appears that, as Anna pointed out, food sharing can promote solving challenges of circular economy and can protect persons, vulnerable persons, because we have a very efficient resource thanks to which we can resolve our logistical issues and protect our population, which is socially vulnerable. And also that's a good solution, an opportunity for many volunteers to conduct their work, because all our work would not be possible to be carried out without these sincere, dedicated people who are ready to dedicate their time to this work. Next slide, please. Food sharing is a special technology of redistribution of produced foods, alimentary products in a larger sense, because they are food and non-food products, because we started with foods, but now we shifted to different types of products. What is the different or specifics? The shorter is the shelf life, as Irina, you pointed out, the bigger is the circulation, because we as consumers choose the most fresh products, because we as consumers should also receive a special training. For example, yogurt with different shelf lives does not differ from yogurt freshly produced. And we dedicate separate food sharing formats, industrial and retail food sharing. What is the difference? Is the following. Industrial food sharing means big scales of distribution from one place to another. For example, from the factory where we pick up foods in several cars, vehicles, to final consumers. The products are delivered to our hub, logistics center. There we control documentation, and together with volunteers we sort out certain categories of products or certain sets of products. As regards retail food sharing, it has its specifics because we have different facilities and the scales are less. From 7 to 140 kilos we can pick up from one shop. According to our statistics, it can be a supermarket, it can be a simple store. So cargoes are different. As a rule, they give us a whole assortment of products being present at their supermarkets. All products which are produced by such or such a company, for example, animal foods, for example. And we distribute them as well, for example, to animal refuges. This technology allows us to pick up products while their shelf life is good enough and to transport these products to final consumers. I would like to dedicate different types of food sharing, for example. So food sharing, agro-food sharing. Agro-food sharing is also a very interesting direction. We face the following problem. Retail networks have a special requirements as regards the size of vegetables they receive, and we as users created a special trend. Beautiful vegetables and fruits, we need them, something of medium size, something very pretty. We as consumers would like to find such products in stores, but we as food bank would, for example, can receive a very big size, for example, cabbage, because according to this commercial network, the standards, such vegetables are not accepted to retail selling. But as one of big causes, I would name the topic of super production, and also this is a very important topic because a lot of products which could suffice for all vulnerable people. And we can say that food sharing is a miracle, economic and social miracle. Nothing should be invented. It was already invented. It exists already. Only we need to solve some logistic and business processes challenges, issues, and only then it will be most efficient. The next reason are technical problems which do not affect consumer characteristics. Also, expiring shelf life is also a very interesting issue because we all would like to buy very fresh products, and also marketing special offers. Also a very important factor which affects products selling capability. For example, after special offer is terminated, they cannot sell such or such product and is doomed to be situated, be localized at their stocks till the end of shelf life, because according to Russian legislation, you cannot delete such products before their shelf lives is terminated. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And next. Here we talked a lot about 1 billion of waste foods being thrown away in all the world. If we talk about Russia, these are about 18 million tons, and a lot was thrown away as regards food waste, and about 29% is related to us, consumers, and the rest is related to restaurants and cafes. So as regards possible solutions, it's very important to develop awareness raising for us consumers so that we can pay attention what quantity of foods we need, so that we pay attention to their shelf life and what is our attitude to our buying process, because all that generates excessive food waste. Next slide, please. And if we talk about our experience and our results, every year the volumes according to this technology is growing up. Today, for example, according to latest data, we distribute many tons for many millions of people, and these new formats being introduced, for example, agro-food sharing, allows us to increase our volumes of help, which we distribute in regions. I cannot avoid the topic that this is naturally related to sustainable development goals and our goals to liquidate hunger and poverty and our partnerships of sustainable development. And we would like to do in a way that food sharing can become a best practice for business, which is integrated and works when food is good and is distributed. We need business support in this relation. We need taxing support, and we need support at national country level, at the level of international food banks, and that will allow us to distribute these increasing quantities of foods. For example, in our country, it is 1,200,000. This is a big quantity of losses. We know only the figures relating to food waste. Thank you very much, Yulia. Yes, indeed, we have very rich discussion in our chat. For example, on behalf of the members of our Russian delegation, and seeing these terrifying pictures of food dumps, we think about what we can prepare, what can be our solutions, what can be our demand, and so that special offers in retail cannot be very efficient, useful. For example, we can buy triple volume during special offer, but we will eat it according to our common habits. So this is logic to talk with our representatives of big retail who stimulate and form our demand and work closely with food producers. Today we have Nadezhda Galaktionova, the Director for Sustainable Development of Retail Network Magnit. Nadezhda, you have the floor. Please tell us a few words about our standard ideas, about our fears. What would you tell us, pessimistic or optimistic words? Thank you very much, Irina. No need to be pessimistic, but we need to work. As for super demand, yes, Russian consumer is a very a good consumer, having its needs, wishing all the time very fresh products. Now we have a big challenge, ready, faster takeaway food market development. Please show my slides.
Да, большое спасибо. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
Next slide, please. I would start with some statistics. We are among those using common ways. Today we spoke a lot about that. Yes, statistics is terrifying as regards billions of tons of foods being thrown away every year. According to FAO, these foods could have been eaten, consumed by human beings. And today, this figure, about 30%, is terrifying. I think this is a very scary figure and we need to do something about that. But today we're talking about that. Next slide, please. Yes, if we talk about Russian specifics, Yulia, I would agree with you. We need to discuss this data with our colleagues. How can we measure these problems so that we can react accordingly? About 18 million tons we have, and only 30% is related to shops, and some 70% is related to consumers. So in this situation, we need to think about education and awareness rising of consumers. We should think how much we can consume and what will be thrown away. And I will tell you what we think about it with our colleagues. But here I would like to point out a very important question: why it is so complicated to work with food waste? Because of big scales of dumps, all those GHG emissions, methane, CO2. But besides that, if we talk about circular economy, food waste prevent the treatment of other wastes if they would be sorted out. And this is a very negative impact for the nature and for the waste treatment process. Let us not forget about warming effect from organic waste. Next slide, please. Yes, that's our Russian center, our negative impact as regards food waste, as millions of tons of methane and CO2. Next slide, please.
Ну и, конечно же, не буду останавливаться на
And
каждом
of
пункте.
course,
Естественно, вся эта проблематика негативным образом влияет в
all
целом
these
на
problems impact
доступность еды в
negatively
целом,
to climate and food accessibility and global warming rise. All the things you discussed today within your today's discussions. Next slide, please. That's what we are talking about today. Today,
и одна из целей этой
we
истории
have a special sustainable development strategy, and it was formulated in 2019, decrease of food waste. From the very beginning of our work, we focused on this problem because we are a food retailer company. We work a lot with that, and we think about how to decrease our waste footprint. We act according to the following logic. As we spoke already about this today, the main aspect when we work with food waste is not to allow the creation of these food waste. Food must produce energy for us, and part of this is integrated in our business retail activities, because the efficiency of business retail is connected with the fact if we generate losses or not and how much we generate. So we work for food preservation, we work with our suppliers, we think about that when planning our stocks. So all those processes in their complexity. How can we sell our foods and provide alimentation for our population? The next topic is food sharing. I will present our statistics too. If, for example, unfortunately, shelf life has expired, it's very important to develop a process. For example, if this food is no more good for people, for human beings, perhaps we can dedicate it to the treatment or to fertilization to avoid its transportation to dumps. But if nothing was possible, we transfer these foods to utilizers. The systematic implementation of these measures is very efficient. We can see it according to our experience. We reached the figure of 59% of food waste decrease. This is very positive statistics, but this doesn't mean we will stop here. We will reach higher goals naturally, and will continue to search better solutions to decrease the creation of food waste. Next slide, please. As regards food sharing, you can see at this slide our Yulia Nazarova, one of our employees. We started some years ago this initiative, food sharing, and two aspects were important for us here. On one hand, the climate agenda, climate projects, decrease of the creation of food waste, and on the other hand, the social aspect of food sharing. As Yulia told us, when we start food sharing projects, we can see in this a big social sense. Retail networks is one of most anthropocentric activities, so we pay a lot of attention to our population. We would like to support our people. That's a very important work for us. So when we transfer from our retail networks, our foods to our retainers, to our vulnerable families. That's a very, very important part of our work. Next slide, please. And these are figures we managed to obtain in the course of 2 years of food sharing implementation. Not many stores take part in these food sharing initiatives, about some dozens. But despite that, we managed to transfer 500 tons of foods to these organizations, which were distributed among more than 300,000 people. These are impressive figures. And Yulia also told us about the development of volunteer movement. That's a very important component of food sharing when we can attract many volunteers. For example, about 350 volunteers take part in our food sharing projects. And we can see that such projects are very useful. I took part personally in them, and I can see that people are very grateful. For example, it's very important in this connection to see what products we can share. For example, about 77% of products being shared are fruits and vegetables. For example, also breads, 11%. So if we share such a good sorts of foods, that will allow our people to balance their diet and also to increase the quality of their life and health. Also, we share, starting from this year, through food sharing processes, different products connected with different sectors, which can be used in the course of within the framework of non-alimentary food sharing and can be transferred to vulnerable families. We talked about climate agenda and how we can make our input, and we calculated that in the course of these projects we managed to decrease by 1 million tons of CO2 thanks to our projects. Dear colleagues, next slide. And when we discussed with you who is responsible for these losses, perhaps families are the main source where food wastes are created. And we think that these stories about consumers' education are very, very important. Perhaps you have similar figures, and this is a very important channel to understand to families and consumers what can happen. And this year, together with our colleagues, including Food Bank Rus, we launched an initiative for students and participants of colleges, which explain to people how can we avoid the creation of food waste, how can we calculate our diet for every day. All these topics as regards our rational, justifiable lifestyle were explained during these training sessions, and today our students take part in these events. So I think that these are very efficient events. This access to knowledge is very valuable. We need to explain to people what are foods waste and what is so important to control them so that we can avoid this apocalypse picture which you published in our chat. Thank you so very much. Yes, as a matter of fact, that's very good that this 1,000,000 tons of CO2 Nadezhda talked about can be referred to the fourth sphere which could be avoided, because I was present here and has been waiting for this figure to be named, and all your efforts made by retail networks and food banks are very, very important. But is there a potential for climate projects? There is a question. And can we see such methodologies? I can see Oksana, who is following our discussion. I can see that this sector of food waste is registered within climate agenda that helps our partners to decrease their carbon footprint. I think there is a certain potential. Yes or no? Maria Podkopayeva, Vice President of Sustainable Development of X5 Retail Group. Are you with us? How can you measure your climate impact, and do you have common projects with the food banks? Thank you very much, Irina. Thank you very much for this invitation. I have nothing to add to what Nadezhda told you, because we use the same methods, all retail networks. We also have strategic objectives as regards minimizing our food waste. We try to put them in circular economy. And as regards food waste, we also use programs of food sharing for 2 years, and together with food sharing ROS, we use these technologies, and we have a lot of interesting initiatives as regards products with expired shelf life. And as regards our statistics, we have our financial accounting, and we have to present certain statistics according to our strategies. And if we talk about figures, about 500 million tons are being generated by retail. About 50% is prevented from going to dumps, and there are certain legislative processes which allow us to transfer them to agriculture. And also we use projects of food sharing of about 1% as of today, unfortunately.
And we have more or less the same figures concerning Magnit. It's about 500 tons. And if we talk about it as a percentage from the general amount, it's about 1%. So we are not analyzing figures about food sharing. We are waiting for the possibility to scale up. To scale up, 500 from 500,000 is 1,000th part. Sorry for my math. We got cleverer. We will get cleverer during these 2 weeks. The result is not huge. The influence, on the whole, I don't know how my colleagues from Magnit calculated. There are difficulties with methodologies of calculation. And there are different categories to be taken into account. but we consider that we prevent about 3.5 thousand of CO2 emissions per year. Why scope 3 and not 4? No, it's your operational activity and not consumers. According to the methodology of Scope 1, we are not producers. Retail is a shelf where the retail shop owner gives opportunity for producers to sell their products, their goods. We have only one factory, kitchen factory, which produces ready-to-eat dishes, but it's a very small amount. Other trademarks, other goods are the goods produced for us by manufacturers, and there is no direct influence here. Scope 4 appeared not long ago, and as far as I understand, the community is rather skeptical about how to calculate Scope 4, how to verify it. There is no understandable methodology. If we talk about Russia, we still don't have methodology for Scope 3, and not only for us, for many. Scope 3, as we know, judging by recent sessions on this platform, the approaches are being reconsidered and revised. And as we are very sensible about figures which we publish for our stakeholders, we try to use generally understandable methodologies with the possibility to verify the figures. And dear colleagues, Maria, I am confused. The CO2 emissions, we see they are more or less equal. And you must provide fresh goods, fresh food. We must generate different resources from our part, but is the CO2 from badly planned activity, from badly performed activity, from non-effective activity, where we must think about some sanctions, punishments. Your colleagues from Magnit courteously calculated everything, and our colleague from Magnit also joined us just before closing. I think he will tell us, but about 1 million CO2 equivalent, 1 million tons of CO2 equivalent, we succeeded in reducing emissions by that amount in the recent years, and to avoid some aspects of utilization and foods. The food found their consumers owing to the food sharing practice, and it is also similar to climate projects because we also calculate our carbon footprint. Maria, what is your point of view? Do we calculate or do we not calculate, and how it will affect business? I can tell you more about efficiency. Every business strives to get more efficient. And that's why it is in our interests, in the business interests, to manage our write-offs for retail. Writing goods off is a very complicated matter, and retail tries to minimize such activity. and using AI, robotization. And I think we must calculate, but we must define the methodology so that everyone uses the unified standards. For retail, it's not only an instrument for social impact, it's also an instrument for climate impact. The huge amounts of food are being thrown out. We can launch some climate projects, but they are in an embryo state. Vladimir Vasilievich, did you get a chance? Vladimir Petrov is a deputy director of in Scientific Institute Ecology, and he's a representative of Rosgidromet. We didn't have a chance to speak here, make speeches in duo. We discussed the new role of food banks. Yulia Nazarova presented us the issues and the work of Food Bank Rus, and their new role in the field of redistribution of foods in the situation of climate disasters, nature disasters. And we saw more efficiency from Food Bank than from state departments. And secondly, interaction with retail sector. You missed our colleague from Colombia, Anna Catalina, who said that the global food sharing network has its climate methodologies, and they can offer the partners the calculated impact, climate impact. Thank you, Irina Sergeyevna. I came lately, sadly, but two important ideas. I also represent here the National Committee of UN Decade Restoring Ecosystems, and two things which are very important. Yes, food bank and food sharing, and the mechanisms which prevent food waste are excellent mechanisms. We understand perfectly that climate change is more about life, security, safety, health of people, but we understand that we need new mechanisms and instruments to provide, to help citizens which suffer from climate challenges. Of course, food banks need to be supported, and there is a need to create a new role for them at the international level as an additional way to react in the case of natural disasters. Of course, food banks are a vital component. Secondly, many things are forgotten. We discussed with you some concept in this field. Food organic waste is underestimated. Food sharing helps us prevent waste accumulation. And it is an opportunity to prevent ecosystems degradation. One of the most important reasons, for climate change and emissions is food waste. And in this relation, we need a new concept, a new mechanism which would allow us the correct treatment of food waste. This is a global, universal problem, not only our problem. And I hope that here, within the framework of the National Committee, we are preparing a concept, a strategy for correct management of food waste, and which will entail more efficient dealing with climate change challenges. We can achieve zero waste because organic waste, food waste, is a serious trigger for emissions. And not because when mixing waste, they create huge emissions of GHG, and it impacts different fields of our activity. If we talk about any other production industry, food waste is more active as regards emissions than other type of waste. I hope that by the end of the next year we will prepare something that will be worthwhile for working with it, and many countries are now examining the agenda focused on reduction of emissions and minimizing food waste, so we must minimize and provide our success in this field. Thank you very much. Please keep the mic. Maybe we will have a quick round of questions with our speakers and retail representatives. Looking into the future, I am sure that methodology will appear, which Anna Katalina mentioned, and I'm surprised why still the role of food banking is not included in regional plans for climate change adaptation, because some system of reserving and redistribution of food for concrete situations must be performed. I'm just imagining the future, and today we have discussed many solutions and many work is being performed now. And now a philosophical question. Let us imagine that everything is going smoothly, ideally, retail is working perfectly, there is no waste, zero waste scenario. How, in this case, people who are in the danger of hunger, people who need food, what will be their situation? I was inspired today in our discussion by the climate element. When we calculate emissions avoided and carbon footprint, it all goes from the field of charity into the field of economy. What is your opinion about it? Is it possible at all to avoid waste in the retail? You see, avoiding waste is impossible in any field of activity. But there is another issue. We can prevent waste by appropriately using it, and let us be absolutely honest about this. When we were talking about carbon tunnel, we touched upon this topic. To leave this carbon tunnel, we must recognize some aspects, some things of our reality. And what is state sector and private sector are doing, they're also doing a lot of charity work. The sense of charity is, the meaning of charity is helping people and not presenting our reports how we calculated everything at different platforms. And our consumers are people, their safety, who face different dangerous phenomena. So we must level up food sharing, food banking, and include them in the relevant plans. You are absolutely right. There is no ideal picture about adaptation. It's different according to situation, according to economic zone, and many other factors. There is no ideal plan. But the regions which face the increasing number of dangerous phenomena, we must develop food sharing and food banking in such regions. It's a win-win situation for everybody, because measures of adaptation in climate change sphere, they are focused on adequate response. Our colleagues online, Yulia, Nadezhda, Maria, Sergey, yes, I'd like to add that food sharing for business is a charity presently. Yes, we are talking about the possibility to leave it as to leave it as a charity. Yes, we all want it. Yes, we all strive to reach net zero, and in the field of waste, but nevertheless we will leave some space for charity work. Yes, Yulia, as a colleague with a big experience, she would add that the sense of charity is not giving fish, but giving rods and tackles to people, so that they do not stay behind the poverty line, below the poverty line. And we also must think about people who suffer from crises, negative nature phenomena, and the more we have food sharing, the better. And yes, we all will try to reduce food waste, and yes, our goal must be just and honorable. I remember my colleague from cement industry who told me at St. Petersburg Forum, Irina, you don't understand, we will still have more waste. But as I was told, we must minimize our waste. So, dear colleagues, let me summarize what we discussed. We heard a few bright ideas, and thank you to Anna Catalina for talking about methodologies for global food banking as regards climate topic. Yulia, it's for you our. We ask you to keep us on track about such developments, and it gives us great scope of action for work with our partners, and it leaves more space for our math, which is more understandable for our shareholders, managers, and it also shows the effectiveness of our efforts in the fight against food waste and fight against write-offs. Yes, I'd like to add something. Food banks work according to different technologies. I'd like to answer your question. It's one of the directions of activity which is among most effective. And yes, there is scope for charity work, but we also have an effective instrument.
And we can find relevant solution for climate agenda and for our social protection area if we can have a look at our consumption area from 30% to 70, 80%, depending on the number of children in a family, is responsible for spending on foods. I don't talk about other products which are very high in demand among our population. So our goal is to make this instrument of food sharing is very efficient, and would be very happy if there will be no food waste at all at our market. But to be honest, I do not believe in this way of operating, because both retail networks and consumers have their goals, because our retail shelves must be full of products, and if share of products are not sold, this need be transferred to food sharing. But if there is an opportunity to provide a systematic help to population, why not? Together with retailers, we can work in this efficient way. Thank you so very much. And in continuation of our previous sentence, we hope for more rational component in this discussion, and we are very happy that we have been discussing all those strategic issues together with you, and I hope that next step will be organized an event in Moscow where together with our colleagues we can discuss them. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We wrap up the 5th day in our Russian pavilion. Thank you so very much, dear colleagues and dear friends.